Good evening, one and all. It's Friday, it's the end of the working week, and today we are jumping into some brand new Magic the Gathering. Welcome in, everyone. Hope you're doing well where you are around the world. MTG Arena this week has been updated with a brand new set, the Edge of Eternities, and personally I am a bit hyped for it because it is space themed. I do love a good bit of sci-fi, so to then take sci-fi and put it into Magic the Gathering? Sure, why not? Love it. I have played a teeny tiny little bit so far, just a teeny bit, enough to complete a daily hero there, but I haven't opened any packs whatsoever. So I have a couple of video cards just from victories here or there. This week I've apparently won 14 matches based on the fact that I'm on 14 weekly wins. Pretty obvious there. But yeah, the whole point is that I have been holding off for this stream to get a hold of all of the packs. I've been saving up my gold. I've got 111,800 gold. We're going to cross 112,000 today, but I'm going to be spending all of that. Absolutely all of it that I can spend here. That's been a lot of saving. It's been a lot of saving up for this. As soon as I knew there was a sci-fi set coming, like, well, that's done then, isn't it? Screw Final Fantasy, screw anything else like that. Spaceships. And you may notice as well, there is an icon here. I also have another 6 packs waiting for me straight away, so this is going to be well over 100 packs. I have we popping over to the store. Have a look, Arena's over here. Oh, that FPS is suffering a bit. There we go. Yeah, there's various cosmetic bits and pieces and direct catch purchases, which not that interested in. There are curious sleeves, but yeah, no. Lands? If I don't...
_carrot.
I don't know on that. That's 12,500. That's 12 packs worth just for the fancy lands. I'd rather the packs, to be honest, at this stage. I'd rather the packs. XG Nave, thank you very much for subscribing once again at Tier 1. 3 months of support. You got that lovely silver badge next to your name. Thank you very much on that. Much appreciated. Brother, you say, looking smart today. Well, thank you. Here's on that. Yeah, I came across a picture of me from years ago wearing this exact shirt and jumper combo, and so I thought I'd wear that same shirt and jumper combo. I've taken a pose for pose picture for my own posterity's sake. Who knows, in a few years time maybe I can do the same again. And if nothing else, hurrah, they both still perfectly fit. So despite years of a content creator job, I have not outgrown my jumpers and shirts. Alright then, so yeah, all the featured stuff here is of nil interest. Let's head on over to the packs. It's all going to be in the Edge of Eternity stuff. Now, there's so many different options, it can be a little bit daunting if you're not used to this, but basically these left 2 options, these mythic packs, they have some slightly different rates when it comes to, well, mythics. If I recall, the guaranteed rare slot is replaced with either a mythic card from that set or a wild card of rare or mythic variety. Whereas normal packs, they have a guaranteed rare or above, either of card or of wild card in them. And then otherwise, when you buy the big sets, it's the same price per pack, but they also throw in a couple cosmetics, which are basically the same card but borderless style, which, it's not the big idea to me. Not the big idea to me on that one. Lovely outfit, thank you. Am I getting regular alchemy packs? Regular. There isn't alchemy packs at this point in time, is there? No, Edge of Eternities is not alchemized, right? Yeah. They have the, let's say, the A symbol, the arena symbol, which sometimes would indicate alchemy stuff, but as we look at the symbol on the actual set, we know we are definitely working with the standard variety rather than alchemy variety. But I'd say, we'll say, if it gives off a teachly aura, suits you amazingly. I suppose that works. I do a lot of teaching. albeit not in a classroom, so yeah, that makes sense. Alright, let's get our first big purchase in. 90 packs, 90,000 of this, 111,800 gold. Absolutely. Give me that. There we go. And that gives us a whole bunch of golden packs as well, because when you buy 10 packs of the most recent Standard or Alchemy set, you get a golden pack. I've just done that 9 times, instantly. Also gives us these Singularity Ruptures, 2 of them, to go with the card style there. Interesting card is a 6 mana cost card. Destroy all creatures, then any number of target players each mill half their library rounded down. That is a heavy hitting card. But I don't usually go for mill victories, so I'm not sure this is something I'd want to lean into, to be quite honest. Not sure that's what I'd want to lean into. Anywho, with those 90 packs purchased, let's now purchase another 10 packs. There we go. And that, with another golden pack, brings me up to 100 packs purchased, so I've got more than 100 to open. I now have 10 golden packs I can open as well. Golden packs only contain rares and legendary, sorry, rares and mythics, not legendary. Yeah, rares and mythics, but they can come from any of the standard legal sets, not just Heads of Eternities. So there is that. All right. With that in mind, let's start opening these up. Let's see what shiny bits and pieces I can get. Currently got 124 common wildcards, 125 uncommon wildcards, 26 rare wildcards, 5 mythics, and the vault is at 92.5%. Probably going to crack that. Let's see. Vault showing 92.5 at the moment. That's fine. Let's see. We've got a mythic under this one. It is a mythic wildcard. Alright. Take my pick. Anything I damn well want. Sure. And let's just crack these all at once. What have we got here? The Serima. Or Serima? Serima? I think it's Serima. Legendary artifact Spacecraft. This is the brand new type of artifact introduced, Spacecraft. With this new station mechanic, tap another creature you control, put charge counters on this spacecraft equal to its power. Station only as a sorcery, and it also notes that it becomes an artifact creature at 7+, which is very, very nice. So when this enters, search my library for a legendary creature card, reveal it, put it into my hand and shuffle, and other tapped legendary creatures I control have indestructible. Beautiful. Over here, for a black arch enemies or arc enemies charm. Instant speed, choose one of these. Exile target creature or planeswalker. Okay. Return 1 or 2 target creature and or planeswalker cards from a graveyard to a hand. Or put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature I control, gains lifelink until end of turn. Interesting, interesting. So this is quite similar to Gix's command, which I think rotated out. I'll have to double check on that. In fact, let me have a look right now. Gix's command, MTG. Yeah, I'm fairly certain Gix's command has rotated out now. So Gix's command, 5 mana, which was black 3. It was a sorcery, choose 2, could put the 2 +1/+1 counters on a creature, gains lifelink till end of turn. So that's there again. It was destroy each creature with power 2 or less. That's an option that's not on here. Each opponent sacrifices a creature with the highest power among creatures they control, which is not the same as, but along the same lines of a exile effect. This is slightly stronger. And again, return up to 2 creature cards from your graveyard to hand. Well, this is 1 or 2 creatures and or planeswalkers. So it's got greater scope there, and it's at instant speed for 3 mana, not 5. So, whilst it doesn't have the board wipe power to it, the rest that it has is actually better. So I do like that. Red says, part of the still unfinished triple pip charm cycle. Fair do. What have we got here then? A Pinnacle Emissary in red, blue 1. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, create a 1/1 colors drone artifact creature token with flying, and this token can block only creatures with flying. Interesting. That is a little bit unusual, isn't it? And it does come with a warp effect as well, so you can bring it onto the battlefield for its warp cost, which is either red or blue. But then it exiles at the next end step, and you can cast it later from exile for its actual cost again. Interesting, interesting. We've then got here Sunstar Chaplain, 2 mana in white. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. And then for 2 mana, can remove a +1/+1 to tap a target artifact or creature. Interesting, okay. I can definitely see why this is a rare rated card then, because not only are we handing out the +1 counters, which is just nice to have, but also that we can intentionally tap things out as well. The art's a wild one. I'm not entirely fully processing what's happening in that one. I'll be quite honest with you. It's one of the odder arts. It's not one of the odder arts, but it is just an odd one. This one's a nice one. This one is absolutely gorgeous. That one is nifty. That one is odd. Just odd. But the big value of this in this set is that anything that is based on, oh, have you got some tapped stuff? Well, normally to tap creatures without abilities, you need to attack with them. Or if they've got vigilance, they just don't tap. With this set, we've got so many of these station effects where you can intentionally tap creatures safely. They don't need to attack, they can just swivel on the spot, bam, you've just applied their power into stationing the artifact, and even if you don't get the artifact fully stationed at that point in time, you can then still trigger abilities like this. And there are a bundle of abilities that trigger based off things being tapped, rather than on tapping them. So there is definitely some function to work with there. Then we've got Nova Hellkite, a 5 mana dragon, and that is a gorgeous bit of art. Absolutely. Flying in haste, which is very nice. When this creature enters, deals 1 damage to target creature opponent controls. Fair enough. Take out a chump blocker. Why not? And also has a warp effect, so you can bring it in cheaper for an instant swing, because it'll... Well, not an instant speed, but for a quick swing, it's got the flying and the haste and the chump remover. Then it pops back out, and you cast it again later. That is lovely, yes. Definitely lovely. Over here, Moonlit Meditation. 3 mana in blue. Aura, enchant artifact or creature control. The first time you create 1 or more tokens each turn, you may instead create that many tokens that are copies of enchanted permanent. Oh, I do like that. Now this won't work as well on spacecraft, because when you make a copy of something, you don't copy its counters, you just copy the thing itself. So any spacecraft will be completely unstationed. Which makes sense, you know, just because you got another spacecraft doesn't mean you copy the crew. But for anything that doesn't need to be stationed, anything that just exists as it is, be it creature or artifact, to then turn tokens into more of these, more of whatever thing you've enchanted, that is nifty. There is some definite value there. It's also a May effect, so you can avoid duplicating something at the wrong time as well, so that's nice. Ooh, I imagine that could be a little bit nasty in combination with, what's it, Simulacrum Synthesizer, I want to say? Because that is also a thing that loves generating tokens, but it also loves having more copies of itself. There could be some value in that there to duplicate what you've got. Going further down, we've got Requiem Monolith, an artifact in black for 3 mana. Tap it until end of turn, target creature gains whenever this creature is dealt damage. You draw that many cards and lose that much life. That creature's controller may have this artifact deal 1 damage to it, activate only as a sorcery. Huh. So this can't be done at instant speed, which is a massive limit on it. Massive limit for a activated ability. But whenever this creature is dealt damage, draw that many cards, lose that much life. And because it's given to target creature, you can give it to an opponent's creature if you want to make them draw a bunch of cards, I guess. It's a good thing that Shoulder is rotated out. Now that creature's controller may have this artifact deal 1 damage to it. May. So if you put it onto someone else's creature, they can choose not to damage their own creature, not to go for the card draw or whatnot, or they can still choose to. But then, yeah, because it's as a sorcery, to really utilize that, you would then want to combat that with either a really big threat, at which point you're already dealing with a really big threat, but it needs to be big enough to justify giving them all the cards. Yeah. Red say if it takes damage, otherwise it's not a May. Oh yeah, the first bit isn't a May, it's the second bit, the dealing of the 1 damage itself. You can't use it to just force damage something. But you can use it for your own stuff to say, look, if you block this creature, I'm going to get a bunch of cards, so let it through. Or if you know they're absolutely not going to let it through for whatever reason, you still get value out of it. So there is that value there. And indeed, black does tend to struggle with card draw, so this is valuable in that regard. The life loss at the same time is so very black coded, but is also a potential serious risk. It's an interesting one. Another Sunstar Chaplain, fair enough. Gonna have some duplicates, and a Watery Grave, which is a Island Swamp. Ooh, why am I dressed fancy? I wanted to dress like this. I found a photo of myself in this exact apparel years ago. And, well, for starters, notice I've definitely aged from that point, but it's fine. But it still fits beautifully, so I wanted to wear it. So this is an island swamp, but this is very important because a lot of dual lands are just land which do things. This is a land which is an island swamp. So anything that says only such and such happens if you control an island or if you control a swamp, that kind of thing will trigger off of this or will relate to this, so that is good. It's not a basic land, but say if you also had a card that said search your deck for a island or swamp, well, you could search for this because it is both an island and a swamp, so either of those would apply. That is nice. It does cost 2 life to have it enter untapped, but it also means you can play it as a fast land as well, so that is good. Nice. Alright. Now we're into the uncommons that we've got in these 10 packs. These are going to be significantly lower value, excuse me, by and large, but there's going to be value within here. Let's see what we've got. Seam Rip Enchantment, only 1 mana. When it enters, exile target non-land permanent, an opponent controls a mana value 2 or less until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. Okay, so that is going to be good against your early game aggro stuff, but otherwise is going to fall off in the majority of circumstances. Because it's non-land permanent, it does allow you to target also enchantments, artifacts, that sort of thing that can get in the way, but that mana value 2 or less does seriously limit things. You can still take out tokens, but yeah. Scout for Survivors, Sorcery, return up to 3 target creature cards with total mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put a +1/+1 on each of them. Ooh. That's powerful, honestly. That is very powerful. Yeah, sure, you're limited to a max of 3 total mana, but that means you can bring out a 3 mana creature, a 2 mana and a 1 mana, or 3 1 mana creatures. That's a good amount of flexibility, honestly, for a 3 mana revival, and they get buffed in the process. I can definitely see some value in that. Fell Graveship, 3 mana artifact spacecraft, with a 8+ station cost to become Flying Lifelink 3/2. When it enters, mill 3 cards, return target creature or spacecraft from your graveyard to your hand. Fair enough, yeah. So there's a few cards in black which were like just 2 mana to mill 3 and then return a creature. from your graveyard to your hand. So this one, first of all, adds in the spacecraft option as well. Second of all, it does more after the cast. And third, being a permanent, you can do just more with that. So yeah. I was saying bring out 3/1/1s for great value. Honestly, Scout for Survivors, it actually kind of tells you in the name the kind of card this would work very well with. I'll come back to that. Let's go through these cards and then we can look at some of the potential implications. Because if I close this, I'll lose which ones are picked up. Sir Vondam the Lucent. 5 mana in black-white. I know that is hard to cast. It's a legendary creature, so that can also be a commander. It's a Death Touch lifelink 4/4 human knight. When it enters or attacks, other creatures you control get +1/+0 and Death Touch until end of turn. Okay. That's a very aggressive beast then, and really works well if you got a bunch of small fry to make them threatening small fry. Plus the +1 is nice. Doesn't have any protections on itself though, so for 5 mana you're going to have to do some work to make sure that it doesn't evaporate the moment you put it out there. Especially if you have this as a commander. I mean, 5 mana, people are going to see it coming and then just go, and it's dead. Yeah, and as much as you still get the ETB effect, that's all. For a 5 mana, oof, that'd be rough. Yeah, definitely in need of protection if you want to be running something like that. Use social engineering. Okay, use social. I don't think I understand what that word is. Use social engineering. You know what? Let me just Google it. Use social. What does it mean? In zoology of animal species, especially an insect, showing an advanced level of social organization in which a single female or caste produces the offspring and non-reproductive individuals cooperate in caring for the young. Oh, okay. Okay. It's an interesting word. I've never come across that before, but then I don't think I'd have had reason to. This 5 mana enchantment is a landfall one. Whenever a land you control enters, create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. And you can warp it in for 2 mana. Curious. There's a lot of landfall stuff I've noticed as of late. A lot of landfall. We then have Uthros Scanship, 4 mana, spacecraft. When it enters, draw 2 cards, discard a card. Fair enough, simple stuff on that. 4 mana to achieve that is a bit yikes. I'll be quite honest with you. And sure, it then can later turn into a flying 4/4. But you have to tap 8 powers worth of stuff to get there. That's a bit... Especially as that tapping has to happen as a sorcery, so you can't like do it at the end of your previous opponent's end step. You have to do it well ahead of time. Not huge on that, but I did say that the uncommons were going to be on the less impressive side of things. A Virulent Silencer, 3 mana... No color, artifact creature, robot assassin. Whenever a non-token artifact creature you control deals combat damage to a player, that player gets 2 poison counters. Ooh, yikes. A non-token artifact creature deals combat damage. Huh. That is an unusual condition to then lead into poison. That is an unusual one. Combos with spaceships? I suppose, yeah, it does combo with spaceships. You're very right, yeah. So there is a green legendary creature. I forget the name of it right now, but there's a green legendary one, which is a Death Touch, and it says basically this same thing, but whenever a Death Touch creature deals combat damage to a player, that player gets 2 poison counters. So this is the artifact variant of that. Curious. Is that green card still in? I think it is still in. Let me look. Green, MTG, Death Touch, Poison. Come on, find me the card. Here it is. And it is still in standard. Yep, Finn the Fangbearer. That's the card. 2 mana, 1/1 Death Touch, legendary creature, human warrior. So you could go for a Finn, Death Touch, Spaceship, Virulent Silencer combo. That would legitimately be a poison-based deck, and it's all in mono green. So you could splash into any of the other colours as you want and not be too thinly spread. Yoicks. And it's certainly something to bear in mind. Alright. Faller's Faithful. 3 mana, creature, human, wizard. When this creature enters, destroy up to 1 other target creature. If that creature wasn't dealt damage this turn, its controller draws 2 cards. Oh, okay. So cast it on your second main phase to something that's successfully blocked without dying. Can be a cheeky play there. Otherwise, you can still get rid of something, but that's one hell of a gift to give them. Unless you destroy your own creature, I suppose it can be used as a kind of a pseudo sack outlet for your own creature into card draw. That does work too. Curious one. This is what I have seen already. Umbral Collar Zealot. Human Cleric, 2 mana, has an activated ability, sacrifice another creature or artifact, surveil 1. Useful for cycling things around, digging for the good cards, and then putting them in your graveyard to deal with later. Honored Knight Captain, a 2 mana 1/1. When this creature enters, create another 1/1, but it's a white human soldier creature token. White doing what white does best, go wide with lots of small things. Sammy Ship's Engineer, a 4 mana red-white creature. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, create a tapped 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. Cool. Yeah, again with the spaceships, getting tapped creatures is easier, or safer I should say, so that would trigger more reliably as well. So that is nifty. Rescue Skiff, 6 mana. Okay. When this enters, return target creature enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield. No limit on mana cost there, so that is just a straight up bring it in. So I could definitely see the value on that there. And then with 10 plus charge counters, it also becomes a flying 5/6. That's actually really nice. That is expensive, but nice. Okay. Biomechan Engineer, a 2 mana insect 2/2. When it enters, create a lander token. Cute. I think these lander tokens are new. At least I haven't seen lander tokens before now. Let me know if I'm wrong on that. But I think they are new with this set. And that is, it's an artifact that you pay 2, tap it, sacrifice it, search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. So it's a ramp. It's a 2 mana cost token to ramp, rather than compare it to like a clue token where you would sack it for 2 mana to draw a card. This just digs for a land, puts it straight onto the battlefield. Also good for mana fixing, because it's just any basic land in your deck. Pulsar Squadron Ace, Human Pilot. When it enters, look at the top 5 cards of your library, may reveal a spacecraft among them, put it into your hand, fair enough. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order, so nice little bit of digging. If you didn't put a card into your hand this way, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Okay, so it also has a benefit even if things go wrong. That is nice. Brother only says Station ignores Summoning Sickness. I do believe that is correct, yes, because it's an activated ability of your artifact, and artifacts do not have Summoning Sickness with regards to just activating their abilities. It's not even a tap ability of the artifact. It just says, tap another creature you control. So yeah, if you have enough blockers, or if there's a creature that you just will not block with, and your opponent knows you're not going to block with it, there's no reason to leave it available to block, you can just straight away tap it this way, yeah. It also means things that have, if this card is tapped effects, can happen sooner, a whole turn sooner, because, well, you don't have to wait. Normally you'd have to wait to be able to tap it with these, what do you call them? With these spacecraft, you don't have to wait. Now this isn't completely new, there are already vehicles. If a vehicle was already on field, you could crew it. But the issue with crew is that, one, it's a very temporary feature, so you're tapping it for almost nothing. 2, well, almost nothing if you didn't need to use the vehicle. 2, it can have limits on it, so if it's say a crew 3, then you'll power 1 and 2 creatures either have to work together or are useless, whereas you can be much more granular with the spacecraft. Also, as their counters, this has both a positive and negative effect. There are things that can allow you to apply additional counters, so that is good. But then there are also things that remove counters, and that is not good. Definitely a trade there again. What else we got there? When it enters, if your opponent controls more lands than you, create a lander token. Alright, catch-up ramp for white. Proliferate, exactly. Which again also ties back to the poison approach that I pointed out earlier. Whenever another artifact you control enters, create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. Fair enough, yep, artifacts go burr. Although I think there are better artifact go burr decks out there at the moment, but this does work in with those. Scour for scrap. Choose one or both. Search your library for an artifact card. Reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Which is... I mean, for 4 mana, instant speed, that's kind of nice. And then also return target artifact card from your graveyard to your hand. And you can do both. Yeah, for 4 mana, instant speed, that's really nice. Tutor effect and a return effect. Hell yeah. That is nice. And then we're into the commons. Now, in the commons, to be honest, there's going to be a lot of stuff here that is kind of shit. Let's be real about it. Most common cards are on the level of shit, unless they are some absolute fundamental basic thing. So, like, we got a land here, Command Bridge, enters tapped. When this land enters, sacrifice it unless you tap an untapped permanent you control. And it can be tapped for 1 mana of any color. So, you need to have something to effectively convoke it out. Which is a little bit weird. But it does give you universal mana on a later turn. It's not amazing. Common lands rarely are. But it does give you options. Temporal Intervention. Sorcery speed, 3 mana. This spell costs 2 less to cast if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or was warped this turn. Target opponent reveals a hand. Choose a non-land card from it. Player discards that card. Oh, okay. Okay, so this is 1 more expensive than Pilfer, but can become 1 less expensive than Pilfer if something else is left or warped. Huh. Gotta say, I think that is just worse than Pilfer. You don't want to be waiting for the opportunity to cast this kind of card. You don't want to have some other trigger to allow you to get there. Certainly when that's just going to add to the cost if you're warping things and whatnot as well, or having to throw things away. Whereas Pilfer at just 2 mana for otherwise the same effect, you just know it's going to work. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that. Hull Carver, Artifact Creature, Robot Assassin, Death Touch 1/1, fair enough, kind of crap to be honest. Because there are other 1 mana Death Touch creatures with additional features on them. Brother only saying sorcery speed as well since there's a discard effect. I mean, yeah. Pilfer is as well. Red say you can use it post-combat if something died. I'm aware of that, yes. You absolutely can use it post-combat if something has died, but that's a trade-off. So you're now waiting for something to die, or to warp something, to do a Pilfer effect for 1 mana, and if you don't get that trigger when you need it to happen, then it's 3 mana, whereas Pilfer is always 2 mana. So if you think about it, like, even to try and cast this on turn 2 for 1 mana, that means you would have had to have cast something turn 1 and then get it to leave the battlefield. Or you would otherwise need to have a 1 mana removal spell, remove something your opponent has put down on their turn 1 or 2, depending on turn order, and then bring out the Temporal Intervention. Every other use case, you're just slower. Pilfer could have just done it. So yeah, it just doesn't achieve enough. It's cute. It's there. If you've got a heavy void situation based deck, then it's gonna have more use cases more frequently. Absolutely. But there's a reason it's a common card. It's just the simple fact. with the way that MTG is set up, the common cards do by and large just do the job worse. It's just how it be. When this creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. Cute, but you're spending 6 mana to do that. You can warp it for 2 mana. Sorry, 3 mana total. And warping it in, it means that it'll enter. It will never be a blocker. It literally enters and then leaves again at the end of your turn. But it enters long enough to put out those counters. But still, beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, put +1/+1 on this creature. Okay, cute. You need 2 or more tapped creatures in the first place, but that is very achievable in this set. It's a 3 mana 2/3 that then starts to scale up, and has otherwise no features to really make good on that. So again, it's alright. It's a card, but usually there's a lot better you could do with 3 mana. Instant speed, destroy target artifact or tapped creature, gain 3 life. The 3 life gain is a token extra to try and make the cost of the card worth it. Because at 4 mana, to remove either an artifact or a tapped creature, that is expensive. Even for white, that's expensive. Instant speed, 3 mana, creatures you control get +2 until end of turn. If it's not your turn, untap those creatures. Ooh. Okay, that is cheeky. That is cheeky, because that allows your entire board to untap for 3 mana. That could really catch people off guard. That can really do it. It doesn't make your stuff any stronger, but the fact that you could just untap out of nowhere everything, and they're strong enough to be dangerous. That is good. Also allows you a surprise victory if you swing with a load of small stuff and your opponent goes, eh, whatever. I'll take the 5 damage from 5 1/1s. What's it gonna do? Next thing they know, they're taking 15 damage and that's it, it's game. Oh. Oh, whoops. So that is nifty. Blooming Stinger. A 2 mana Death Touch Plant Scorpion. Sure. When this creature enters, another target creature you control gains Death Touch until end of turn. Okay. Nifty. Cheeky little thing. It's only 2 mana for a 2/2 Death Touch. That's quite workable. Not terrible. It can see use in places. This one, additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature to then destroy target creature or spacecraft. It's sorcery speed and it's got the extra cost, but if you're able to lean into it, it's a 1 mana takedown spell. That's nifty. Hello Zekna, welcome on in. Drill too deep. Choose one, but 5 charge counters on target spacecraft or planet you control, or destroy target artifact. I like that. This is a very artifact heavy set, so being able to destroy artifacts instant speed for 2 mana is just broadly useful, but the alternative feature as well, 5 charge counters, is a big damn deal early on. Hell, just anytime. 5 charge counters can do a lot of work for you. Power creep on Shatter? Hold on, let me have a look here. MTG Shatter. Shatter, 2 mana instant, destroy target artifact. Yeah, fair enough. Literal power creep on that, but then Shatter is a bit shit. I'm sure there are better cards than that and have been for a while. Going over Command Bridge. Ilvoy Operative, a Jellyfish Rogue, go figure. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Okay, yeah, that is definitely a very common card. Nothing too crazy on that one. Cryo Shatter, enchant creature, it gets -5, -0. When it becomes tapped or it's dealt damage, destroy it. Ooh, that is nifty. That is nifty. That is a surprisingly effective form of removal for blue. Because you completely neuter a creature with 5 power or less, which is a big damn deal. And then, if they tap it, or if it's dealt any amount of damage, it's gone. That's huge as well. That is a relatively easy way to kill it. Can't even suicide attack with it. Exactly, yeah, because as soon as you try and attack, you tap it, pop, it's gone. So that's no good. So it effectively turns it into a wall if it's not got vigilance, even if it is a high power creature. And on top of that, if it's got any kind of tap feature, like tap this creature, gain some amount of mana, something like that, you go, alright, tap it, bang, it's dead. It's like, oh, okay. Did he miss all the openings? Nah, this is just the first 10 packs. I'm just really going through them because this is the very first of 10 packs, and I am digging into the details of the cards here. When this becomes tap surveil 1, again leading into a whole, hey, creatures become tap thing, so that's nice. Also, it's a pilot, makes sense. Also, can I just have a look at that UI that pilot is supposedly working with? That is a busy monochromatic UI. That is a lot to take in, my word. People say EVE Online is complicated. Look at that. Yikes. Anyway. Beamsaw Prospector. When this creature dies, create a lander token. Fair enough. Bit of ramp in black. Why not? This thing again. 3-mana Gravpak Monoist. When this creature dies, create a tap 2/2 artifact. Okay. Really not amazing, but fair enough. It's a flyer, but it's not amazing. Also with that jumper, it's not hot there anymore. The temperature has definitely gone down, although I had a hot meal just before stream, so I am a little bit sweaty, but it's fine. It's fine. I also think the jumper just looks nice. So yeah. You'd like to see us for the usual? Ah yes. You did want the yellow, right? Oh, sorry, I had it the wrong way around. There we are. The right side, not the left side. Look very intelligent in it. I hope I look very intelligent without the jumper and just, you know, my usual attire, but sure. I know what you mean. What else have we got here? Melded Moxite. I've never heard of Moxite. Must be some kind of sci-fi mineral. When it enters, you may discard a card if you do draw 2 cards. And for 3 mana, you can sacrifice it to create another one of these 2/2 robots. Fair enough then, we're seeing a few of those robots popping up. Nifty enough, it's Red's approach to card draw. It gives them an artifact, so there is plenty of that can synergize with, or things that allow them to sacrifice artifacts, that kind of deal. And also, be able to discard a card. If you're running a red-white or red-black, then there's reanimation play you can make there as well. So that is nifty. Grav Kill! Instant 4 mana. Yikes! Exile target creature or spacecraft. I mean, exile is nice, but there is a reason this is a common card, because 4 bloody mana to cast that? Yikes. Yikes. What do we got here? Slag Drill Scrapper. Nickname for your mom. Anyway, artifact creature, 1 mana in red, 1/2 coming on in, and for 2 mana and tap it, sacrifice another artifact or land. You can also then draw a card. Sacking lands to draw cards seems ooh, yikes. But sacking artifacts, when you can play artifacts like that, can work out. What's White's thing again? So White's major things are either go wide and then buff the swarm, or a lot of conditional removal, exiles, life gain, and returns. So their conditionals might be destroy target tapped creature, exile thing with power 4, or deal damage to attacking creature. They have these little restrictions on their interactions, whereas red is just deal the damage, green is just blow up the artifact, black is just destroy the creature. White else stands for board wipes? Yeah, white is very much on the purity side. So purity meaning there's lots of restoration, because purity and healing. There is purity in cleansing, just wiping stuff out, exiling it, it's just gone. Bring it back to purity. That's what it does. So there's a lot of functions in white. There's a lot of functions in each of the colours, but there's certainly a lot of functions in white. I would say of all the colours, white is perhaps the most complicated to really appreciate what it's capable of. Whereas, I dare say green is going to be the simplest, followed then by black. Yeah, green is simplest, black next, then I'd go red, blue, white. White is most complicated for the options. Exile means it doesn't go in the graveyard. Exile means it goes to exile. So exile is not the graveyard or hand or battlefield, it is its own place. Think of it like a super graveyard. When something goes to exile, it is very, very hard for it to come back from exile unless the thing that sent it there said how it can come back. So to give you an example, I had one earlier on. Did I even look at that card? Oh shit, going through all this, I don't think I even looked at this one. 5 mana, enters, deals 3 damage, station, blah blah blah. And also can become stronger. That's nifty. Anyway, moving back. Here we go. So here is use social engineering. It has a warp ability. So for 2 mana rather than its normal 5, you may cast this card from your... it goes on to the battlefield, so you cast it for its warp cost, exile it at the beginning of your next end step, then you may cast it from exile on a later turn. So this is where exile doesn't have to be absolutely removed from the game. Removed from the game is ultra permanent. Exile is near enough permanent unless something is... unless a criteria is given to you. And in this case, it's you can cast it later. So yeah, exile is a super graveyard, rather than just removed from the game. Alright, what else have I not looked at here? We got down to here, we've seen that land, we've seen you. Cloud Sculpt Technician, 3 mana, flying, as long as you control an artifact, this creature gets +1/+0. Yikes. I mean, it's a flyer that could be a flying 2/4 for 3 mana. That's not it's pretty terrible. We've seen you. Hold on. How many Hull Carvers did I bloody well open in these 10 packs? Haven't even got to the end. Yikes. So far I've got 1, 2, 3... Well, that's 3 of them. Blimey. Any others which are new to us down here? Plasma Bolt. 2 damage to any target. Void deals 3 damage if something... Man, Shock is really just in the grave. Ah, it's sorcery speed, not instant. Never mind, it's fine. This isn't Warframe? Correct. From Brother Only, question. If you've exiled opponent's warp card with removal, can the opponent cast it from exile as per the warp ability? No. So, the warping effect is functionally a feature of the permanent. So, you can imagine it like it has the rule text. Whilst it's warped, it's on the battlefield, it has the rule text. At the beginning of your next end step, or the next end step, sorry, exile this thing. You may then cast it later. But if it's removed first, it's not there at the end step to activate that feature. So yeah, the feature can't trigger if the permanent it relates to has already been removed. It's not a very clear one about that. I'm just reading it as it is shown here. I'll give you that, but that is how it works. Right. What the frick is that one? There are so many of these jellyfish. My god, you can actually make jellyfish tryable. Mechanozoa. Artifact creature, robot jellyfish, 6 mana 5/5, or it can be bought for 3. When it enters, tap target artifact or creature an opponent controls, and put a stun counter on it. Nifty. Bite? No idea on that. No idea if we could get any kind of collab there. Weft Blade Enhancer. Another 6 mana or warp for 3. Puts a +1/+1 counter on each for 2 target creatures. Excuse me. What else is new to us here? Dark Endurance instant. Costs 1 less to cast if it targets a blocking creature. Target creature gets +2/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. Oh, that's nifty. Okay. So yeah, surprise blocking effect, and also, haha, we didn't actually die. That is nifty, I can see value in that. And you can still cast it on something else, if it's attacking or if it's just being targeted with a destroy spell. But at that point it then costs 2 mana rather than 1. Still nifty. You should just get love the warp question. At least it's a simple question to answer. It is a genuinely simple question to answer. Whereas there are some more complicated ones out there. Comet Crawler, 3 mana, 2/3 lifelink, which is nice. Whenever this creature attacks, you may sacrifice another creature artifact. If you do, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. That is nifty and workable. Also, as a horror, would work quite nicely in one of the commander decks I built, because it is based all around horrors. So that could work. 4 damage to target creature. When it enters or dies, surveil 1. As long as you control an artifact, this creature gets +1/+0 and has Death Touch. A 4 mana 4/4 with Death Touch isn't the worst. It's just pretty bad. Is horror just like a card tag? So after the dash, you then get types. So the first bit is, what kind of spell is this? A creature is a permanent that goes onto the battlefield as something that can both attack and block. And then after the dash, you got, okay, so what type of creature is it? So this is both an insect and a horror. In itself, those types do literally nothing. All they do is allow this card to interact with or otherwise affect other cards that talk about those types. So, for example, you might have a card that says, choose a type. Creatures of that type get +1, +0. So it's just the category that it falls under, the type of creature it is. If we look over here, we got Human Pilot, Drix Artificer, Plant Scorpion, Human Soldier. So these two, we've got 2 human cards, for example. So if you're buffing humans, both of these will be affected. But if you're buffing soldiers, this is a soldier, this would be affected. This is a soldier, this would be affected. But this Human Pilot would not be. So that's all it comes down to. It's just a keyword for this can interact with things that care for this keyword. A synergy word, as it will. And it helps you to understand what you're looking at as well, because some people looking at this are going to go, what the frickin' fuck is a blooming stinger? It's a plant scorpion. That's what it is. Okay, that one might be more obvious, but still. Cool! Alright, there is some really nifty stuff in here in just these first 10 packs, just these first handful of cards. Oh my god, that is quite a handful of cards. I am going to go through the remaining ones a lot quicker than this. I just really wanted to dig through the details here, because there is some curious stuff. It'll be fun trying to build around each of these. So let's open these up a lot quicker. What have we got in this next bundle of stuff? Whole bunch of wildcards popping out for opening so many packs. 2 mythics? Alright. Oh, what are you? Inkmoth Nexus. It's a land. It can be tapped for colorless mana. And for 1 mana, this land becomes a 1/1 Phyrexian Blinkmoth artifact creature with flying and infect until end of turn. It's still a land. Huh. Even after the standard rotation comes through, Phyrexians are still here. We now have Blinkmoth Phyrexians, which are spaced lands turning into infectious artifacts. Huh. Petrostate, on average, how many packs do you need to make 1 deck? That doesn't really have an answer, sorry. Because, yeah, as Brother Rony saying, 60 cards in a deck, and that's a standard deck, by the way. Jump in is 40 cards. Draft, I think, is 40 cards. Whereas Brawl, it's standard Brawl 60 cards. Normal Brawl or Commander is 100 cards. So there's different deck sizes. But in terms of the packs you'll need to open for that, on MTG Arena you start with a whole bunch of decks and cards given to you. so that you can immediately get into the swing of things, and then as you open packs or you just earn cards, earn wild cards, you can tailor your decks or create entirely new ones yourself. I've been playing this game a fair amount through Arena, and therefore that's why I have all of these packs to open up. But it's not like you open the game and are told, right, cool, spend money before you can even get started. I've actually not spent a single penny on this because I have no intention of spending money on loot boxes. All of these I have got through gameplay, so I consider them the same as Warframe's relics. This is what I'm doing right now. I am opening up the relics I have previously cracked. I just didn't see what was inside of them till now. That's what this is. Tezzeret, Crew Captain. Legendary Planeswalker Tezzeret. It's 3 mana, 4 loyalty counters. Fun start for a Planeswalker. Whenever an artifact you control enters, puts a loyalty counter on Tezzeret. Ooh. Okay, that can give you loyalty quickly. As the features, untap target artifact or creature. If it's an artifact creature, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Nifty. For -3, search your library for an artifact card with mana value 1 or less. An artifact with 1 or less, that's a restricted choice, okay. Put it into your hand and then shuffle, not even onto the battlefield for that? Alright. And then for -7, you get an emblem. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put 3 +1/+1 counters on target artifact you control. If it's not a creature, it becomes a robot 0/0 creature. Curious. Okay. Gotta say, I can see why this is a 3 mana commander. Because Planeswalker, because as much as it can build up pretty quickly with those artifact plays, I'm not that enthused with it. The big thing here will be the untapping of an artifact or creature. You can untap a spaceship that's gone and done its action. That's it. He can't boost himself? He can't boost himself. You're very right on that, Brother Oni. So it would need to be an artifact heavy deck, but he's also a colorless Planeswalker, which fits very well into just a colorless deck, which will be then basically just artifacts. So, it should work out. Fair enough, King Vab. I'll see you on Sunday. With the nebulous what you have to bring along. We'll see. Doesn't carry the game itself, but supplements well. Yeah, it's got a place in decks. I can certainly see ways you can make it work. It's just not one of the ones where there are Planeswalkers which seem to really make the game, and then there are Planeswalkers which just kind of support the game. I can compare this to the now rotated out Liliana of the Veil. She was also a 3 mana Planeswalker. If I recall correctly, she was 1 black, and her -6 ability was take all of the permanents target player controls, split them into 2 piles, and then that player chooses one of the piles to sacrifice, and they keep the other pile. Permanents including all of their creatures, artifacts, enchantments, and lands. So, and any Planeswalkers they may also have. So if she gets to her ultimate ability, her -6, she could just cleave your setup in half. That's pretty much game ending. Whereas we look at Tezzeret here, 3 mana, gets to -7, he goes, yay, an artifact is +3/+3. And it's a creature if it wasn't. Yay. Are the -6 life? No, the minuses and pluses you'll see on Planeswalkers are to their loyalty counters. So bottom right is the number it spawns in with. It spawns with 4 loyalty counters, which is effectively this Planeswalker's hit points. It can be attacked rather than a player attacking you with their creatures. They can choose 1 or more creatures to attack your Planeswalker. It's like having another player on your team. Tezzeret is a player, a Planeswalker, joining you in the fight. So when he has this -3 effect, he is giving up 3 of those loyalty counters to do something for you. You're basically spending your favor to get him to do that thing. If that loyalty hits 0, he's out. He's done. Whatever reason he was there, that reason is gone. He's off. So yeah. Red saying they've said they'd be more careful with 3 mana Planeswalkers, and sure, she's part of why. Oh yeah, Liliana of the Veil was an absolute goddamn menace. The number of games I lost simply because I could not deal with her is insane. like, oh, just have removal for a Planeswalker. It's like, yeah, sure, okay. Removal for Planeswalker, that's really easy to achieve. On top of, oh, but you can attack it. Yes, they have blockers. And they force me to sack my creature. And they're discarding my cards. There's only so many options one has, and she has options. So, I'm kind of glad she's rotated out. Alright, let's see what we got. Watery Grave! Sure, why not? Another of those. Breeding Pool! Same as Watery Grave, but it's actually a forest island. How do balance patches work in this game, other than like banning cards at tournaments? So, very occasionally there are actual bans of cards in certain formats. Otherwise, it's on a rotation basis. So, there is what's called Standard. Standard has only the most recent sets. And every year, the oldest year of sets rotate out. That actually just happened with the release of this set. So all of my Phyrexians that I love so much are no longer illegal in Standard. They can still be played in other modes, which have either like half of all the cards available or literally every card ever available. But in the most recent stuff, no longer allowed. So it's not so much a balance patch as just the meta shifts. The river flows and meanders and curves. Standard is the river. It goes with a curve. You've got, I think, Modern, which is more like just the floodplains. It goes with any width of the river, and then you've got just everything else, which is your timeless stuff. Historic, or whatever it's called. General outright bans are pretty unusual. They had to errata a card in the set. I did see that pop up on Facebook, yeah. I did see that pop up. It's like, well done. Good job on that. Okay, another one of these Shocklands. Fair do. And what are you? Raging Ravine. Also, what a graphic. This land enters tapped. I can use it to tap for red or green, and for 4 mana, until end of turn, it becomes a 3/3 red and green elemental creature with whenever this creature attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it. It's still a land. Curious. These are nifty to have, but you don't want too many of them because tap lands are a cost. If a card is just super powerful, is it just meta? Yes. Yeah, pretty much. If a card comes into play and people go, holy shit, this is amazing, then Wizards of the Coast make more money as people try to open packs to get that card. Yeah, that's how it works. Starwinder. 7 mana. Creature Leviathan, 7/7 for 7. Cool, fair enough. Warp for 4. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you may draw that many cards. Ooh. Ooh, okay, alright, that's a nifty one. It's expensive in both of its forms, but if you know you're gonna slam into your opponent, or can make them really scared about allowing you to slam in, hell yeah. That is nice. What we got here? I'm sorry, you can't be doing this with your capitals. Is that Xu-Ifit? I think that's Xu-Ifit. Yeah. That's a weird one. Osteo-Harmonist. Is that like Bone Mage? Anyway, a legendary creature, human wizard, 2/3 for 3 mana, and it has a tap effect. Return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield, but it's a skeleton in addition to its other types and has no abilities. Activate as a sorcery. Okay. That is nice, except for the no abilities bit does mean that you are basically raiding your graveyard for just a blank creature. It could be a blank 9/9, but it is otherwise a blank creature. Nifty. It's a bit weird. What else we got then? Wandering Fumarole. Yikes. It's a red-blue version of the Raging Ravine. This time it becomes a 1/4 blue-red elemental with For 0 mana, switch this creature's power and toughness until the end of turn. Oh, so it could be a 4/1 instead of a 1/4. Nifty, nifty, nifty. Hmm. Red saying this one does great work if there's undercosted creatures with detrimental ability decks. I see what you mean. So like if you had a 2 mana 4/4, but, and that but is something like actually no, I can go in green. There is the Pugnacious Hammerskull. It's a 6/6, but if you attack whilst there's not another dinosaur on field, it gets a stun counter when it's tapped. So if Zuithit brought it back, it wouldn't be so pugnacious, so it'd be a 6/6 that just is a 6/6. So that's nifty, yeah. Yeah, things like that is nice. And yeah, it doesn't exile from the graveyard, which is also very nice. Next of these, we've got the Eternity Elevator. First of all, I love the name. Second of all, that graphic is beautiful. It's taking me a moment to fully process, but it is beautiful. Third of all, 5 mana, legendary artifact, taps for 3 colorless mana. Okay. 5 mana is expensive for a mana rock, but the return being 3 mana tap, that's one hell of a ramp. That is nice. And colorless, so you can just throw it into pretty much anything. And then it's got a stationing effect. You can tap it for X mana of any one color, where X is the number of charge counters on the Okay. Alright, why are these cards already revealed? It only hides the ones which are rare and mythic. So it's 20 to station it, which is a hell of a lot of stationing, but once fully stationed like that, you can just tap it for 20 plus mana. Oh, that is beautiful. I love it. Oh, I love it. Ever Drill Deep? I mean, Drill Deep is +5 onto this. You've still got 15 to go to get there. This is definitely a late game situation, or a green deck go burr situation. But counter doublers, yeah. Like, this could work very well in a, what's it called? Innkeeper's Talent utilizing deck. Because Innkeeper's Talent at full power doubles the amount of counters you put onto things. So that would affect this directly. By and large, it is just going to be a mana rock, but yeah. What's the icon next to add? If you're talking to the left, the tap symbol is the cost to do the feature. To the right, yeah, those diamonds are colorless mana. So it's saying add 3 colorless mana. And colorless mana is its own specific thing, in a sense. So you see how the Eternity Elevator is a cost of 5. That means you can pay 5 mana of any type to cast this spell, which is the legendary artifact spacecraft, the Eternity Elevator. Colorless mana is its own specific type of mana. So there are some spells and features out there that specifically require colorless mana, rather than just mana of any type. But something to watch out for if you do dive into the depth of that kind of card, is that can happen. Whereas sometimes ritual numbers, sometimes icons. So that's my point. The number is any amount. 3 mana, whatever. Just find 3 mana, you've paid the cost. This is saying these are 3 colorless manas. So something that was asking for black wouldn't count. It's not black, it's colorless. Something that's asking for colorless can't be paid for with black, blue, green, white, or red. It has to be the colorless. Is there anything other than Eldrazi that cares specifically about colorless mana? There's gonna be some, but very rarely, Brother Only, yeah. It's just when it does come up, it can really cash people out, especially if they steal something. Like if you steal someone's creature or artifact or whatever that has a feature of spend colorless to do this, you go, alright, so I'm just going to tap red and blue. Yeah, no, you don't. It has to be colorless. You know, well, I've only got basic lands. Well, you can't use it then, can you? That can happen. Alright, next up we have got weapons manufacturing. What are you? 2 mana enchantment. Whenever a non-token artifact you control enters, create a colorless artifact token named Munitions with when this token leaves the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to any target. I died to this yesterday. I died to this motherfucker yesterday. So, the reason I died to it is that this person was just going absolutely wild with an artifact deck. I couldn't stop them. I had enough blockers of removal to stop their creatures. I was constantly just shoving the creatures out of the way. But then they had a whole bunch of these token artifacts just sat there. And then they used a feature which said, sacrifice any number of artifacts. And they sacrificed all 8 of these fuckers at the same time. Dealing 8 lots of 2 damage to me, 16 damage. I obviously was on less than 16 health. When I saw what happened, I saw the first one pop up, I was like, okay, fair enough, yep, here comes 2 damage. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, ah, okay, fair enough, yep, well done, GG. Bitch. Didn't think sacrifice any number of artifacts would have been a thing that would have killed me, but there we go. With weapons manufacturing, they made it work. So yeah. Alright, what do we got in these remaining ones? We have got Coral of the Void. 4 mana, enchantment aura. Enchant creature you control. Whenever enchanted creature attacks, put target creature card from defending player's graveyard onto the battlefield under your control, tapped and attacking. And then Void, at the beginning of your end step, sacrifice this aura unless a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped this turn. Ooh! Oh, that is a complicated card. That is a very complicated card. Yikes. So if you don't attack with the creature, you don't get the benefit. So you need to put it onto a creature that wants to attack pretty much as possible. And then you also want to make sure things are leaving the battlefield or you're warping stuff. Otherwise you're going to lose the aura. But so long as you do that, you're just raiding that player's graveyard. But it has to be creatures which are somehow already in their graveyard. There's a lot of moving parts to make this worth anything. Now, you'd primarily be looking at a mill-focused deck to mill them to get creatures for you to steal. And you need to be in a situation where you've got a creature that can continue attacking and things are still leaving the battlefield or being warped. That's a lot of work to make that work. And it's 4 mana. It's a 4 mana aura, so you put that onto a creature and then the creature dies, it's done. It's over, it's ended. You put it onto a creature and then, for whatever reason, you can't meet the criteria, it's done, it's ended, it's gone. There are a lot of ways that can just go wrong. So whilst it has that power going forwards, it also has just straight up failure condition. I was thinking maybe it could synergize with something like those red artifacts or whatnot that can create creatures, they attack and then sacrifice them at the end step. But at that point, are you sacrificing them in time for the Void ability to not trigger on this? Yeah, I don't think I can see a deck I'd want to include this on. It's a cheeky card, it's a fun card, but keeping up with it just seems like more effort than it's usually going to be worth, when I could just do something else that doesn't ask me to jump through 20 hoops and hope that my opponent has a hoop for me to jump through. Alright, and then we got... not the sound I expected. Possibility Technician. It's a Kavu Artificer. No idea what a Kavu is, but it looks like a Looks like a heavy lizard man. Whenever this creature or another cavu you control enters, exile the top card of your library. For as long as that card remains exiled, you may play it if you control a cavu. Huh. Fair enough. And it has a warp to do it a little bit cheaper. Okay, yeah. So that is card advantage, the creature. Fair enough. I don't play enough red to really appreciate that level of card advantage, but it doesn't seem that amazing. But sure. And then we're into the uncommons, whatnot. I'll just look at the ones which are saying first. We got Hymn of the Faller, Sorcery, Surveyor 1, then draw a card and lose 1 life. Okay, a little bit of card draw in black. Void. If a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell is warped this turn, draw another card. Ooh. Oh, I do like that. I really do like that, actually, yes. I'm going to want to get a hold of a bunch of those. Because for 2 mana in black, you can Surveil first and then draw 2 cards for 1 life. That's nice. I like that. Glacier Godmore, 7 mana. When it enters, create a lander. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, all creatures you control get +1/+1, vigilance, and haste until end of turn. Nifty. Close Encounter, instant. As an additional cost to cast this spell, choose a creature you control or a warped creature card you own in exile. It deals damage equal to the power of the chosen creature to target... of chosen creature or card to target creature. Huh. Not a bite spell, but very similar to one. That's cute. Giga Storm Titan, Elemental. My word, that is definitely a storm in that appearance. Costs 3 less to cast if you've cast another spell this turn. Oh, damn, alright. Yeah, fair enough. That's actually quite affordable. That's... Oh no, I'm playing blue and need to cast something else before I cast this 2 mana 4/4. Oh no. Wow, that is very effective. The only downside for blue there is that it forces you to spend the mana on your turn, which is something that blue hates to do. Blue wants to spend mana on your turn, not their own. So it's a little bit counter to what blue wants to do, but otherwise, a 2 mana 4/4, so long as you've cast something else first, that's not terrible. That is not terrible. Otherwise, it's a 5 mana 4/4, which absolutely sucks. And it does also mean that for reanimation effects, it kind of sucks as well, because it's far too expensive for some reanimation effects. So yeah, it's a weird one, but I can see value in it if you're playing a blue deck that doesn't want to wait until your opponent's end step to do stuff. What else we got then? Weststalker Ardent, 3 mana, red, 2/3, whenever a creature or artifact you control enters, deals 1 damage to each opponent, and has a warp effect. I can see the value there, absolutely. Absolutely. Vote out. Convoke sorcery, destroy target creature. I don't really like that. I mean, sure, you can tap 4 creatures to get it all the way down to a 0 cost destroy target creature. But that's expensive. Not to Among Us? I suppose, yeah. Very much so. But, yeah, that's not a great removal card. I'll be quite honest with you. If it was instant speed, I could understand it. But sorcery? 4 mana convoke, destroy target creature? Yeah. That's a hard one to want to use. Lightless Evangel, Vampire Cleric, whenever you sacrifice another creature or artifact, put +1/+1 on this creature. Fair enough, it can build up, starts at 2/2 and can get interesting from there. It doesn't have other features, but then it's also not limited to once per turn. So that's nifty. Tragic Trajectory. It's a sorcery speed, -2/-2, but it can also do -10/-10. Workable. but it means you're casting on your own turn, so sorcery does always have that downside. In blue, second spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. Fair enough, yeah. Hold on. You combine this with this. It would only bring it down to just blue, but still, yeah. What else have we got going on? Depressurize. Instant, target creature gets -3/-0 until end of turn. Then if that creature's power is 0 or less, destroy it. Why is black suddenly getting these conditional destroys that are white-coded level of weird? And black said destroy cards which are destroy target creature, destroy target non-artifact creature, destroy target non-outlaw creature. Sure. Destroy creature with combined power and toughness 5 or less. Sure. That one rotated out. This is a very weird conditional for a 2-mana instant destroy effect. Huh. That really feels like a white card to me. Why is it not just destroy target creature power 3 or less? So it means you can also weaken a creature that is stronger. So say you're about to trade a 5/5 with a 5/5, you go, haha, it's actually a 2/5. So now your creature doesn't die, but theirs still does. But that's not enough to qualify it for a 2-mana cost to me. Because it's not got the -3/-3 to follow it up. So you could use a small thing to damage a creature to death. And if I recall correctly, there is a 1-mana, rather than a 2-mana, there's a 1-mana instant, which is just target creature gets -2/-2. Which is going to be a broadly more useful effect. So, this has uses, but not enough of them for me to be happy about it. What else we got that's new? A Virus Beetle. This comes around a million times, so there's nothing new there. This isn't a new card, to be honest. It's a reprint with new art. Or played Pangolin, Artifact Creature, Robot Pangolin. Fair enough. Whenever another artifact you control enters, you may pay 1 if you do buff this creature. Fair enough. When this enters, target creature opponent controls gets -3/-0 till end of turn, but doesn't destroy it. Zookeeper Mechan is an artifact creature which can tap for red mana. Okay. You don't see a lot of tap for reds. Well, there it is. Banishing Light. When it enters, exile target non-land permanent until this leaves the battlefield, which is, yeah, a frequent one. I think this is another reprint of new art. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 and vigilance till end of turn. Deals damage equal to its power to target creature opponent controls. Okay. So, you remove the tapping nature, you make it stronger, it's a bite spell, but all for 3 mana. This is the one that was errated? Yeah, because it was originally target creature, rather than target creature you control. Which would allow you to target an opponent's creature, to then have it damage a creature that that opponent controlled, or another opponent. You didn't have to have your own one. The 3-mana green removal? Yeah. So the whole point of green creature removal usually is that you need to have your own creatures there first, and they power the removal. If this doesn't say you control, then it allows you to just do the removal without your own creature, yeah. Which is not what green's supposed to do. Imagine hitting an Obliterator with it? I would imagine it also, but Obliterator just got rotated out. It's gone. It's no longer in standard. My baby. It's a shame. But I had my fun. I did manage to force someone to sacrifice 1,000 permanents. Was it? No, 10,000 permanents? Which they didn't have, so they had to sacrifice their entire board. So I've done the best I can ever do with that obliterator, but it has now rotated out. Oh yeah, it was absolutely amazing. Let me see if I can bring that one up for you, actually. Because it was glorious. So, just a momento. Let me find this. It would probably be under... Oh god, I've had so many chats. Where's the chat I'm looking for? Not that one, not that one, not that one. Not that one. That's moderation. There we go. Somewhere up here, maybe. Nope. Further, further, further. Jesus Christ, there's been a lot. It would have been faster for me to see if I still had the file on my computer. But I'm going to keep digging. Still digging. Nope, I've lost it. Oh well, whatever. Never mind. It was the Cactuar that gets all of the damage, and then the person had created a token Cactuar with haste, attacking me whilst flying. They were thinking, haha, you've got no flying defenders. This is an easy win. I then cast one single spell to untap the Obliterator and give it reach. And the Cactuar just slammed straight into it. It's beautiful. Anyway, let's move through these others. What do we got? Diplomatic Relations is the one we've seen. Intrepid Tenderfoot. It's a 2/2 for 2 with a feature to give it counters. Yeah, that's common. That is very common. At this point, we are looking at mostly common bits, so I'm just going to scroll through to the interesting at a glance stuff. That is a curious approach to ramp. Spend 3 total mana to gain 2 life and put a land onto the battlefield. Sure. Ah, thank you. You found the one. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Alright, let me just open link. Shit, that downloads it. Well, I've downloaded it now. So I guess I'll do it that way. Yep. If I just go... Here we are. You can see the field as it is. I've got my Obliterator. They've got their Flying Cactuar. I'm on 20 health to their 13. They've got all these wonderful bits and pieces starting to build up, and a hell of a graveyard, by the way. One hell of a graveyard. 10,000 needles. They now have a 10,000 power creature. Oh, I didn't do the untap. I did that to someone else. I went for Tail Swipe.
At this moment, he knew. He fucked up.
Bonk. So yeah, I forced the fight. Ah, it's such a violent way to end them. It's such a violent way to end them. Everything vanishes. The way the Obliterator works on Arena is that if it's any number less than the total number of permanents you have, it pops up saying, sacrifice however many permanents. But if the number is equal to or greater than the number of permanents you have, it doesn't wait for you to choose. It just goes, oh, that's everything. Bang! It's just a brief pause as the game processes this and lets you process it. You go, okay, so what does that... Bang! It's an instant loss, of course. And it is beautiful. Just the... just the way it hangs there for just a moment. What do we do? You see my own creature vanish. It's like, okay, my Cactuar's still alive. But what's this about to do? And that was the entire design of that deck. That was the entire design of the Obliterator in the setup that I had. It was to repeatedly, in every circumstance I could, get to a point where the Obliterator could slam into something the opponent controlled, whether the opponent wanted to or not. That was the entire game plan. I didn't care if the Obliterator survived or not, I will go find another. But first, they're going to lose as much as I can make them lose. And to add to that very thing, is that I had buff cards in that deck, so I could force a fight with a shitty little 1/1 white rabbit. They're like, okay, yeah, it's a 1/1 white rabbit. I lose the rabbit and have to sacrifice one other thing. Who cares? And then I give the rabbit +3/+3. And now the rabbit still dies, and they have to sacrifice 4 things. Then they'll look at their board where they've got 5 lands and 2 creatures, like... That's... Buffing the thing that I am specifically fighting to make it where it deals more damage when they don't want to. It gets around the weenie decks. It's just like, oh, I've got a cluster of small guys. They're doing nothing. You thought. It's beautiful. And because that's in black-green, it also used Glitter. The 3-mana Glitter, which was a 3/3 Death Touch First Strike. Basically just creating this wall of, fuck you, deal with this first. Because if you attack into a Death Touch First Strike without First Strike, it just kills you. It just breaks whatever's attacking, and then you go, ah, okay. Well, that worked. Someone tried it. They had a, what was it, like 32/32 Hydra, and Glitter went, no, sit down. How dare. So yeah, it's great. And it's rotated out. I had my fun with it. It is dead. Long live the Obliterator. I can still play it in Commander. And indeed I have played it in Commander, whereupon the rest of the pod went, okay, can anyone remove that? No? No one, for the love of God, make us attack Ken. Please. I'm just there like, I get time. I'm going to survive. It works surprisingly well. Anyway, any more of these that I want to take a peek at? What are you? What even is Chrome Companion, a 2-mana Corgi robot? You gotta hand it to him. There is certainly a level of imagination going on that I was not prepared for. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, you gain 1 life. Oh, isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? And then for 2 mana, tap it, put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. Huh. So not only is it a Corgi that makes you feel good whenever he rolls over, but also he can root around in the trash, take something out the bin and run off with it. That is so Corgi coded. I am impressed as to just how on point this dog is. I love it. I don't think I'm ever going to use this card, but I love it. Get lands to fetch or graveyard hate. Lands to... Oh, right. Yeah, if they wanted to stack their graveyard with lands, you go, nope, on the bottom it goes. That land's not coming back. Yeah, just a graveyard-hating Corgi. Go figure. Do you think it can put the queen back on the bottom of the deck? Is it too soon? It's been a while. I'm going to just hide my passport now. Alright. Let's open some more of these. What have we got here? Has the vault popped yet? Come on. 92.8. Okay, fair enough. Westwalking. What the hell is this? 6 mana enchantment. When this enchantment enters, if you cast it, shuffle your hand and graveyard into your library, then draw 7 cards. Oh, nice. So just a straight up reset of your library in hand. The first spell each player casts during each of their turns may be cast without paying its mana cost. Each player? During their turn only? Okay, first, what? Oh, I see, Red, I see. Yeah, get your own fetch lands back. The problem is it's at the bottom of your library, so you also need to shuffle out. So this is a nice reset for your hand, but now everyone gets to cast for free. You get that bonus last. If you're in a 1v1, your opponent gets it first, and then you get the bonus. If you're in a full pot of people for Commander, you're waiting on everyone else getting a free cast of whatever they damn well please, and then you get to play it. That's horrible. That's horrible. I don't like that. Because also, if you cheat it out sooner, you don't get to do the whole hand shuffly bloodfleet thing. And instead, it's just everyone can cast something for free now. And the player holding on to Valgafoth just looks up and goes, "It's yeah, not a fan, not a fan." What's next? Oh, okay. Green-white. Not a color combo I like playing much, but here we go. Artifact Creature Construct. It's a Trample 0/1. Enters with a number of +1/+1 counters on it, equal to the amount of mana spent to cast it. That's curious. It doesn't give you +1s equal to the X, but to the total mana spent. Okay, so it can still come in as a 2/3. Whenever you attack, you may remove a counter from it. Remove a counter from each of 2 creatures you control. If you do, draw a card and create a 2/2 robot. That is a curious thing. So it won't be able to do the card draw robot summoning thing on its own. You need another creature with counters to get there. And you're moving 2 each way to get a card and a 2/2. Huh. I don't think I like that. If I'm quite honest with you, I don't think I like this one. It feels like there's quite a few moving pieces to get it to go where you want it to go. Yeah, not a huge fan, because if you're not using the whole counter removal thing, then all you've got is a green-white 2/3 plus X trample, which is not that amazing. Yeah. Moving on. We got another one of you. Fair enough. We've got a Cosmogoyf. Cosmogoyf, is that how you pronounce it? It's a creature elemental Hlurgoyf. I feel like I'm being trolled with these names. What even is that? It's a black-green. Cosmogoyf's power is equal to the number of cards you own in exile, and its toughness is equal to that number +1. Okay. An exile-focused black-green creature. That is weird. And it's only cards you own in exile. Huh. Okay. Terra Symbiosis. 3 mana enchantment. Whenever you put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on a creature you control, you may draw that many cards. Do this only once each turn. Okay. Synergy. First of all, synergy straight up there. If you've got this on field, you then cast this for, say, X equals 3. A nice 5 mana cast. Actually, no. Let's say this is turn 3 for 3 mana. This is turn 4 for 4 mana. So you spent 4 mana on it. It's going to come in with 4 +1/+1 counters. This goes, oh, you just put 4 +1/+1 counters on a thing. Here's 4 cards. That is a cute synergy right there. Alright. Painful. Enchanted creature you control. When this aura enters, enchanted creature deals damage equal to its power to any other target. Whenever enchanted creature is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to each opponent. Ooh. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I could see that being a problem in future. Alright. Gonna have to watch out for that one. At least it's not Flash. God, could you imagine if this was Flash? Ooh. Wildcard. Frenzied Baloth, only 2 mana. Green, can't be countered. Trample Haste. Creature spells you control can't be countered. Combat damage can't be prevented. What? For just green, green? Yo! That is powerful! I mean, sure, it can be removed by 20 million different things, but trample, haste can't be countered, now all your creatures can't be countered, and combat damage can't be prevented. Yo! I mean, the combat damage can't be prevented is a much smaller detail, but in general... This defeats protection. That is nice. That is very nice. Hot damn! I mean, granted it's green-green, not green-1. But still, 2 mana for that. Ooh. Alright. Warfare G packs when? Yeah. I've heard nothing on the grapevine for that one. I like this card. I do like playing in black-green just in general, and this is just lovely. This just grabs every blue player and goes, no. You want to deal with the artifacts and enchantments? Sure, why not? The creatures are here to stay. Oof. Enchant artifact you control. When it enters, exile target creature opponent controls until this aura leaves the battlefield. Enchanted permanent as ward 1. Okay, you need an artifact on field first, so it's harder to cast this 1 mana thing. Again, white in their conditionals. But you can just shove it straight onto an artifact, fair enough. And then it's target creature, so there's no limit on the power of the creature or anything like that. Just, yep, creature be gone. Pretty nifty. Cheers, Carlton. Target player mills cards equal to your life total. Ew. Ew. No. Oh god, that's horrible. That's horrible. So might as well... Oh, yeah. Now, granted, if you're not playing life gain, or if your life gain doesn't pop off, if you're taking damage, then this isn't going to work. But even if you're on 5 health, that's still a mill 5. That's not nothing. You can make that scale up with other features, but the fact that that can scale endlessly? Yo! No! That's definitely one to watch out for, and at 4 mana that comes online. Ugh. Ugh. I hate that. This is why we always kill the blue at the table. If I'm playing Commander and someone puts down a blue mana, alright, so you've chosen death? As is often the case, half or more of the table puts down blue mana and I just have an aneurysm. Yeah. Do I go for blue-white or blue-black first? Blue-white. Blue-white. Blue-black is more honest about how it goes about things. Sure, they can destroy creatures, they can reanimate creatures and sack stuff. Sure, do your thing. Although, to be honest, the main commander I play loves it when people sacrifice things. Blue-white is just massive level tier fuck you. Blue-white is horrible to deal with. At the start, they seem almost unthreatening. They do little bits here or there, they might do a bit of removal, a bit of a shutdown, a bit of an exiling, you're like, okay, yep, that happened. And then they hit 4 or 5 mana and suddenly everything is exploding. I don't play Magic to win the game on turn 4. Or if I do win on turn 4, it's because I absolutely popped off for a moment. I'm not looking to play red deck wins, because that's basically red deck is solitaire. Or the mono green might as well be red deck wins at the moment. And because of that, a blue-white setup is terrifying because I just can't kill them before this kind of thing comes online. Here. People just turn 4 wins so consistently. She does do quite a few turn 4 wins, absolutely. But she's also quite beatable. You just have to... If you're playing best of one, you basically have to mainboard enough early game creature hate to deal with your aggressive decks. It was red before, now it's Tifa. That's just how it works. When it comes to best of 3, at least you can work more within it. But yeah, Tifa is nasty. Are these the first space-themed MTG cards? I have no idea. But in terms of the whole set that is fiercely space and spacecraft, I think that is a straight-up yes. There are other things that can be spacey, but for a whole set that is just space, that's a first. Also, can I just say, I love the set symbol. I am an absolute geek for sci-fi stuff. I really am. And absolute chef's kiss to Interstellar for popularizing the gorgeous, gorgeous appearance of a black hole with a close accretion disk like that. And I see it in any rendition of black holes now, and it is beautiful. So to then include it in such a tasteful icon, oh, I love it. I just love that. I am an absolute geek for sci-fi. Really am. But this is evil. Alright, what have we got down here? Flying Hexproof 1/3. Yeah. Sacrifices creature, deals 3 damage to any target. Target player draws 3 cards, gains 3 life. Cost X activate. X number of different named lands you control. Okay, that's some funky, weird stuff going on. I'm going to focus on the black-greens that are firsts. I'm going to focus on those. 10 mana and sacrifice, but if you've got a bunch of differently named lands, it comes right the way down. So if you have, say, 5 differently named lands out, it's now a 5 cost, which means you can now afford it, to deal 3 damage to a target, which is a functional form of removal or whatnot, and you can draw 3 cards and gain 3 life. That's definitely some function. And when you consider it's colorless decks need that kind of support. So I can definitely see that working there, but it is still very weird. Also, until you do that, it's still a flying hexproof creature, which, you know, I mean, it's doing things. It's still 4 mana to put it out there, though. That bit is rough. Anyway, Siege Ship Brood Tender, black-green, 2/3. When it enters, mill 3 cards. And for 5 mana, sack the creature, return type creature or spacecraft from graveyard to battlefield. Sweet. Alright, yeah. It's more expensive than, say, Valgafoss Faithful, because that is a 1 mana to cast, 4 mana to sack reanimate. But this does also have the mill on it. I'd say that's not as good, but it is card efficient. And certainly in black, card efficiency is a big deal. What we got here? Harmonious Grove destroyed as power and toughness equal to the number of lands you control. Fair enough. Ward 2. I would expect Trample or Breach, not Ward. Well, okay. A little bit different. Other newbies of stuff I care about. What are you? Slavel Scoutlander. 3 mana. At 7 charge, it's a 3/3 fly. Excuse me. When it enters, you may sacrifice a land or lander. If you do, search your library for up to 2 basic lands, put them on the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is nifty. I can see some serious value in that. I can see some serious value in that one, absolutely. Especially as it's an ETB, so there's also reanimation or just return to battlefield kind of effects that works. Hell, even blinks if you want to go that route. Okay, cool. What the hell are you? When this enters Surveil 2, station it 4 charge for a 2/2 flyer. That's nice. I can certainly use that. Do I have the Code Cracker Hound? Oh, there's another dog! Alright, what they got here? When this creature enters, Look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one into your hand, the other into your graveyard. Fair enough. It's got a warp effect, so you could just do it and then do it again next turn. Sure, why not? So 2 of those as well, so that is cute. What are you? 1/1 on a target creature. It gains reach, trample, and indestructible. Nice! I like that. Although, reach, trample don't work together. Because reach is defensive, trample is offensive. That's a curious one. And it untaps. I mean, it just gives you a shitload of choices. That's a very, That's it. Multi-purpose option right there. Makes me think of the card Overprotect. Is Overprotect rotated out? Please don't be. Overprotect is not rotated out. That was Bloomburrow. Target creature you control gets +3/+3. Gains trample, hexproof, indestructible until end of turn. So this one is a +1/+1 counter rather than +3/+3 temporary. Has reach and untap instead of hexproof. Ooh. Now I dare say this might actually be the better one. The untap and sudden reach and the +1/+1 counter. That is better. And because indestructible as well, you are giving it a straight up protection. So especially if you're running Death Touch creatures, which don't have to be strong, they just have to do some damage. That can surprise your opponent in wonderful ways. Honestly, I can see some serious value in that. I can see some serious value in that. Yeah, I like that. What else have we got that's new to us here in the colors I care about? What are you? Enters for 1, but has a 6 mana tap. Sacrifice, destroy target non-land permanent. Costs 3 less if you attack with a spacecraft this turn. Okay, yeah, that's very artifact coded. Sure. Meltstrider's gear, artifact equipment. When it enters, attached to a target creature you control. Equipped creature gets +2/+1, has reach. Equip 5 otherwise. Okay, so you can for 1 mana give something a +2/+1 reach, which is pretty damn nice, not gonna lie. But then, once that creature dies, this is very hard to reutilize at 5 bloody mana equip. There are equipment-focused decks which will skip around that cost, so they could work with it. And otherwise it's kind of like an aura that doesn't die properly. And it'd still be an artifact for the purposes of checking for artifacts. I suppose it would be an artifact sack outlet later, so there is that. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. It's a... Yeah, it's just a bit of a weird one, honestly. Although I suppose if you get that artifact that you can tap for 20 mana, you'll be fine then. Let's see, tap this, tap an untap permanent you control, add 1 mana of any colour. Okay, so it's fixing. You could use that to tap a land for a colour, any colour for example, so it is just straight up fixing, but also can take, well, this. Even when equipped you can tap it, and that would work. But yeah, not an amazing source of any mana, but it is a 1 mana 1/2 to do it. And what the hell are you? Perigi Beckoner, a 4/5 5 mana horror creature. When it enters, until end of turn, another target creature you control gets +2. Gains when this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. Okay, warp effect as well makes it a lot more interesting. A lot more. But it's still a bit, well, it's common, to be honest, yeah. That's all you really need to know about it, it's common. Another equipment where it auto-attaches, okay. Attached to target creature you control, that creature gains first strike until end of turn, quick creature is +1/+0. Okay, cheeky little... yeah, cheeky little temporary first strike, and then otherwise is just a bit shit. Yeah, because even on re-equipping it, you don't give it the first strike. So the equip cost of 3 for a +1 is kind of... It's kind of telling you this is a one-and-done item. That's curious. They've created multiple equipments which feel very one-and-done. Huh. So limited fodder? It does feel that way, doesn't it? Which is a shame. I don't like that too much, but it is what it is. Alright, let's speed through some more of these. Because I promised to open up a lot more than 100 packs, and I'm going to do exactly that. Oh, hello, that's a few shiny shinies. What do we got? Dominion Bracelet. 2-mana legendary artifact equipment, again. Equipped creature is +1/+1, and has 15 mana. 15 mana! Exile the Dominion Bracelet. You control target opponent during their next turn. This ability costs X less to activate, where X is this creature's power. Oh. Okay, sure. That's disgusting. I hate it. Oh god, imagine this with yeah, imagine this with something like the Tifa deck. If they see that you're putting up sufficient blockers and whatnot, if you've got a first strike death touch creature or something in the way that they can't get through, they just go, alright, well, Tifa's got all of the power, so I just take your turn now. You go, oh. Oh, okay. Shit. Yeah, I could see that going well. And that's a very niche circumstance, but still, just in general, that is a terrifying thing to look at. 2 mana to play it, 1 mana to equip it, so it's 3 mana to turn it online, and then otherwise just make sure whatever's got 15 power, which is difficult, but, you know. Give it to Cactual. Yeah. Damn. That's nasty. What else we got then? We've got Plaza of Heroes. There's a land that taps for colorless, or can add 1 mana of any color, but only for legendary spells. Alright, super friends. Add 1 mana of any color among legendary permanents you control. So once they're out there, they give you more of it. And you can exile the land, the 3 mana, and tap in this one, to give hexproof indestructible to a legendary creature. Till end of turn. Alright. I'm going to be seeing more ultra legendary decks, aren't I? Wonderful Commander Brawl deck land? I can see that, yes. Very much so there. Ah, okay. And another wild card. Cool. Alright then. And that's 8 of those. Very nice. Singularity Rupture. Yep, we did see this earlier because of the card art. We've seen you. What are you? Rust Harvester, 1/1, enters at 1, Menace, and for 2 and tap, exile artifact from your graveyard, put a +1/+1 on this creature, then it deals damage equal to its power to any target. Ooh, okay. Okay, that can get nasty. It does require some setup though, so it's not like Omega, but that can still do some nasty stuff, yeah. Starfield Vocalist. If a permanent entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of an opponent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. Wonderful. I have a blue-white deck that could go into. Sure, why not? 3/4, or you could warp it for 2. Warping for 2. I mean, I can see the value on that. Yeah, it's just. Yeah, no, yeah, I can make use of that in places. Yeah. Interesting. Looks like an invitational card for some reason. Not sure. Next up, another land. This one's a red-white Dappy. Okay. And when it's a creature, it's a 2/1 with double strike. Curious. Next. It's another one of you. Next. Exile all creatures and spacecraft. 5 mana. Ew. White, why are you like this? We're getting all of these weird, contrived black removal cards, and then white just has another card that goes... Come on! I don't care you put a black hole in the center of it. It's not even a proper black hole. Ugh. We recently, in fact, with this rotation, we got rid of another white Exile All. Exile All, incubate. It was Sunfall, which was also 5 mana. So actually, this is just a worse Sunfall. Well, it also hit Spacecraft, so it's not strictly worse. Sunfall was same cast cost, same cast speed, exile all creatures, incubate X, where X is the number of creatures exiled this way. So if there were 10 creatures on the board, you'd then have an artifact with 10 +1/+1 counters on it, which for 2 mana could turn into a 10/10 creature. So this one doesn't give them a potential super creature to then recover from the board wipe with, but it does also hit Spacecraft. But still, ew. Damn you, white. What is next? It is Sunset Saboteur. 2 mana, 4/1, Menace, which makes up for the 1. Ward, discard a card. Interesting. Ward on a 2 mana black creature. Whenever it attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature an opponent controls. Yeah, so this is one of those cards where you wanted to reanimate it with none of its abilities, right? So it just becomes a 4/1 without buffing your opponent. That is weird. Huh. And another Shockland. Cool. Right then, let's just scroll through for the new and interesting bits here. What are you? Fungal Colossus. Costs less for differently named lands. Cute. Pinnacle Killship. First of all, absolutely beautiful. Love the use of color there. Absolutely. The shockwave effects around it are just gorgeously placed. 7 mana, 7/7 after 7 charges. When it enters, deals up to 10 damage to one target creature. Sorry, deals 10 damage up to one target creature. Ooh, okay. That's a pretty confident but not perfect removal. And then can later become a 7/7 for 7. Yeah. Colorless go better. Colorless go better on that. What else we got cracking on? Oh, there's another one of those. Fair enough. Thank you very much. Oh, look, there's another one of those. There, fair enough. Thank you very much. Sure. Just stack them up, why don't we? And, yep, the rest of it is stuff that we have seen. Alright. Give us more. That is powering up some more. We get Orthoros Titanic God Core. It's a blue land, enters tapped, can be stationed. Oh. When fully stationed, add blue for each artifact you control. Oh yeah, the blue artifact decks are popping off with this set. Good lord. Good lord, that is gonna be painful. I mean, yeah, it takes some time to get there. Station for 12, but still. Ooh. Creature gets +X/+0, where X is greatest mana of value among other artifacts you control. Alright then, other artifacts, so it starts at 0/4, unless you've got another artifact already out there. But it can get a little bit fun. Okay. Makes sense for a 2 mana. Thrumming Hivepool. Affinity for slivers. Oh, okay. It's been a hot minute since I've seen a sliver card on here. Slivers you control have double strike and haste. At the beginning of your upkeep, create 2 colorless 1/1 sliver creature tokens. Oh. Yeah, there's a good chance I'm going to be seeing that at Commander Night. Oh great, I got another one of these. Does the game want me to be evil? When this creature enters, create a land or token. Whenever you sacrifice an artifact, its creature deals 2 damage to target opponent. Nifty. So not only do you get ramp angrily. Workable. We've seen that one already. Oh, hello. 2 mana Spacecraft. Station it for 2. Other creatures you control get +1/+1. Nice. Station it for 12. It's now a flying lifelink 3/5 on top of that. Nice. Also, I like the gradient they've got going on as well. Go from white to a very pale grey to a slightly medium grey. Or just upping the opacity of the black background. It's a little detail, but it just gives that card that extra bit of depth. I do like that decision there. Now, as for the ship itself, its appearance is... I'm trying to process what I'm looking at, and I'm failing. It's like one of those architecturally impossible things where you see like a loop that just can't loop. I'm looking at it, I'm trying to be... What parts are the frigate here? Because we got teeny tiny little thing in front of block behind. Is block behind a disjointed part of it? Is the block behind some other structure? We've got these orbs coming out, and they look to be coming out from the shadow of interior there, so they are coming outwards. But then there's this thing over here as well, which is in the front or not, and I've got some weird hexagonal effects. Is that some kind of shield? Is that some dome in the distance? What am I looking at? Because it doesn't seem to cross over the front of any of this lot, so it's not in front of it. Is that part of some kind of ring system or something in the background? Or another thing entirely I can't make out? I am struggling to resolve anything substantial in this image. The parts are there, but the whole is hurting me. Am I the only one on this? Confused as to what they're looking at? Because I'm completely confused. Yeah, I'm lost on that one. Visually. The bottom of the card, great. The top of the card has lost me. Looks okay to you, just has detached pieces. I mean, I can see there is a thing with detached pieces. Where those pieces sit and how the thing sits and what is up, what is down, what is left, what is right is completely losing me. The intensity of the highlights and then the shadows, the angles. Because like on the orbs are showing the biggest light source is coming from the left and slightly up. And then I look at the base of this thing, where there is this light on the tip, but not on the rest of it. So there's a shadow coming from the side. So I guess there that the light is showing that that left white portion is actually kind of around, or coming towards the front, so as to allow the shadow to cast across it in that angle. But then, what's the white behind the orbs? What are the orbs? What is this thing up off the front with what appears to be dudes with swords engraved into it? And again, what's up with the hexagons in the sky? I have no sense of scale, no sense of position here. I'm really, really struggling to bring this one together. It's Dr. Manhattan has found a spaceship and just done the whole tank explodey bit to it. The front fell off, which, you know, I should be clear, that's not a very common thing. It's not supposed to fall off. But the front has fallen off. Definitely not supposed to do that. Emissary Escort, 2 mana, 0/4. Ah, yeah, we saw this one earlier. In the same pack. Another one of those Shocklands, and another Zwiflit. Fair do. Any other new curious things? I'm looking at all the spacecrafts. 6 mana does nothing until you then charge it with 3 things for it to become Flying Haste. Okay. Because it's got Flying Haste, 3 charge counters, pretty quick to get on, so it does just become a Flying Haste 6/5 artifact creature. It's just a bit of a roundabout way to give you a Flying Haste 6/5 artifact creature. It feels like it's a spacecraft for the sake of it being a spacecraft, which is a bit odd. But it works. It works. What else? What is this one? Specimen Freighter. 6 mana in blue. When it enters, return up to 2 target non-spacecraft creatures to owner's hands. Ooh, nasty. Double bounce right there. Charge it for 9, and whenever it attacks, defending player mills 4 cards. Okay. Bit of a weird combo of features, but that's uncommon cards for you. Bygone Colossus. 999. You can also warp it for 3, but it does nothing in and of itself for being warped for 3. It could only cause other things to trigger as a result of being warped. That's weird. Some of these station costs seem inflated. I think they're inflated intentionally to make it where they have more work to get there, rather than having them just be insta-wins, correct thing to use in all situations kind of stuff. Warp 3 and tap for space station. True, that would work. Yes, you can use its power that way. So it can just wade through and online a spacecraft. Yeah. What's the exact text on station? Station. Tap another creature you control. Put charge counters on this spacecraft equal to its power. Station only as a sorcery. And then the other bit on it is related to it becomes an artifact creature, given by the fact that it has a power and toughness later on. It's not all at once. Oh yeah, not all at once. No. So over the course of 3 turns, a 1/1 could charge up this spacecraft. That's what makes it different from crew, is that you can incrementally slowly afford it. You invest into it, and then once it's there, it's just online. Until someone takes the counters away, and then you laugh at them. What else we got here then? Drix Fate Maker. When this creature enters, put +1/+1 on creature. Each creature you control +1/+1 has trample. And it has a warp effect as well. Nifty. Okay, so you could just basically warp it in to give something +1/+1 and trample to end a turn, and then later bring it out to actually fully do the effect. For a common card, that's pretty nifty. 4 mana 2/4. Yikes. When tapped, may sack another creature artifact if you do draw a card. For 4 mana, that's common. And yeah, that's all the stuff I care about in that lot. Yo! Time for the next decks. What have we got? Vault's still not there. 5 mana, Exalted Sunborn, a flying lifelink angel wizard who apparently also just ran through the Crayola section of a hobby store. It's a 4/5. If one or more tokens we create to new control, twice that many tokens are created instead, and it has a warp effect. Ooh, that's cheeky. That is cheeky. So you don't really get the benefit of the flying lifelink 4/5 on the warp, because it doesn't have haste, normally. But you can bring it in for 2 mana to then supercharge your token generation for that turn, and then bring it in properly later. That is a cool card. It's not a bad creature just in and of itself, and then the tokens around it are just getting somewhere. I like a table we have seen. This is new to me. Sledge class siege ship. 3 mana, 4/5, flying. Whenever this spacecraft attacks, you may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. Ooh. Ooh, hello. That's a nice one. It does take 7 power to get there. But once you've got it charged up, you can attack with it. It's a flyer, so it's harder for it to run into issues. It's a flyer for 4/5, so again, harder for it to run into issues. And then every turn, you're just cheating things out. Until it gets destroyed because it's got absolutely no protection. And has no ETB effect, so it's doing nothing until charged up. It's a bit of work to get there. But I can see the work. Start cheating on turn 4 with that golem? Very true, yeah. The thing is, you can also use the Pugnacious Hammerskull. So if I just go MTG, Pugnacious. Yep, this was Lost Caverns of Ixalan, Pugnacious Hammerskull. Oh, it's 3 mana. I thought it was 2 for some reason. So Pugnacious Hammerskull, 3 mana. Whenever it attacks whilst you don't control a dinosaur, it put a stun counter on it. So if it's not in a dino deck, it's got a bit of an issue. But it's a 3 mana 6/6. So even without going for that weird 9/9 that otherwise is going to be tough to use, the Hammerskull, you can just put it down, tap to power this. It's now at 7. If you had If you haven't somehow got an extra 1 power creature out on turn 1 or 2, you're missing out. So you absolutely could go turn 1 to whatever creatures you're doing, maybe some ramp. Turn 3, Sledge class is put onto the battlefield, and you station it slightly to get it to 1 out of 7. Turn 4, Pugnacious comes out, tap it, power 6, Sledge class swings, turn 4, bam, bring something out from your hand. Yeah, there are definitely ways to make that work quite nicely. I like that. Wild card. We've seen the elevator, now we've got another of it. Sure. Considering that feels more like a brawl benefit one, it's we'll see if I use that properly. Another of those. 2 in the same lot. Fair do. Memorial Vault, what are you? 4 mana red, sacrifice another artifact, exile the top X of your library. X is 1+ mana value of the sacked artifact. You may play those cards this turn. Fair enough. Sack stuff, go digging, cards to play. Again, I'm not that familiar with red to understand the value of their card draws to properly evaluate this one. That's just outside of my experience. And then another one of those. Another spacecraft here, 4 mana in white. When it enters, create a 2/2 robot, which you can use to start trying to station it, in fact. And it becomes a flying first strike 3/4 with 9 charge counters. Very uncommon. Very uncommon coded. All Fate Scroll, 3 mana to have a mana rock. And then later on, 7 mana, tap it, sack it, draw X cards where X is a number of differently named lands you control. Again with the differently named lands. Huh. Alright then. Also, somehow I accidentally scrolled over this, my bad. When it enters, put a +1/+1 on each creature you control. Nice. And later becomes a flying trample 5/4. Again, not terrible for an uncommon card. At the beginning of your end step, if an on-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped, you draw a card and lose 1 life. Okay, card draw effect on a 5 mana 5/4. If you're relying on that for card draw, things are going bad, I'd say. That is definitely something for limited. What's this one do? Tractor Beam. Enchant creature or spacecraft. When it enters, tap it, you control it, and it doesn't ever untap. Ew. It's weird that you'd control it, but it doesn't untap, so I guess any passive abilities or non-tap active abilities you can use and deny your opponent having? That is weird, though. That is weird. Any other newbies? We got one more. Decode Transmissions, 3 mana black. Draw 2 cards, lose 2 life. Fair enough. Void. If Void is triggered, instead draw 2 cards and each opponent loses 2 life. Ah, okay. Not a terrible circumstance. Usable. Yeah. As far as black card draw goes, it's not amazing, but it's also not terrible. And the delta difference of 2 life lost to opponents lose 2 life can make or break the difference, so a void deck can make that work, yeah. Here's the blue decks, the stuff with the squids. Blue does seem to have all of the jellyfish, yes. Like this one here. What about jellyfish makes them all blue? Well, you'll have to ask the jellyfish that one. More cards! More. Fill me up. Vault's at 99.6, nearly there. We've got an Ouroboros, yeah, there we are. A plant worm. 4 mana, 1/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put X +1/+1 counters on each creature you control, where X is this creature's power. Oh, that is... Oh, okay. Ooh. I do like that. It feels a bit shaky, but... yeah. It's good with Tifa. That's the thing. Tifa's nice, but Tifa seems to want to win a lot quicker than this would come online. This is a 4 mana creature. So this is for your heavy hitters setup, where they become heavy hitters. And also tying into all those things that go, oh, did you put counters on things? Well, stuff happens. So yeah, this to me doesn't scream Tifa coded. You can't use it with Tifa, but it's nowhere near that same kind of thing. This is much more the Wither stuff. Also, put this in a green-white deck. Bundle of weenies. Out comes the Ouroboros, and the weenies just get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And because this buffs itself, because it's on each creature you control, even if you don't do anything to buff it first, it starts a 1-3, it becomes a 2-4, then it becomes a 4-6, then it becomes an 8-10. Granted, by that point, we're 3 combats in. So yeah, this is very much green-white coded, I'd say. Or otherwise some other way to just have a bunch of stuff. Nifty. What we got over here? Wild card. Alright. I already counted it. And one of those. We have apparently seen this one. I don't remember reading this one out. Synthesizer lab ship. Blue mana only. So very easy to get out. 2-stage churning will give it, at the beginning of combat on your turn, up to one of the target artifact you control becomes artifact creature of 2-2 flying. Okay. So yeah, you could just turn like lander tokens into slappers for a turn. And at 9 station, it's a flying vigilant 4-4. Okay. Yeah. I can see the value in that. And otherwise, it is another source of causing things to tap safely. Loading Zone. What is this one? 4 mana green enchantment. If one or more counters we put on a creature or spacecraft or planet you control, twice that many of each of those kinds of counters put on it instead. Oh, look at that. There it is. There's your combo. And this warps. God. Yep. There it is. And because it's an enchantment, green-white enchantment decks are just ready for that. There you go, yep. Another one of the Nova Hellkites. Might form Harmonizer. Landfall, whenever land you control enters. Double power of target creature you control until end of turn. Ooh, okay. That is mildly terrifying, yep. You can warp it in for 3. Landfall to trigger the effect, then it pops out, and because you put it in a land, next turn you can afford to put it in for 4. Interesting. Another land, and another one of these lumens. Because of the art, I actually kind of just don't want to ever use that one. The art just doesn't tickle my brain. Siege Ship Agrarian. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, create a lander token. Nifty. Albeit a 4-4. Sorry, a 4 mana 3-3. Landfall, whenever a land you control enters, it buffs. Okay, not terrible. Return up to 2 target non-land permanents from your graveyard to hand, then return up to 2 target land cards from your graveyard to battlefield tapped. Ooh. Okay, I can see the value in that. Especially if you're doing a landfall deck and you've got a couple sack lands. The sack lands enter, trigger, and then you sack both of them. Oh wait, no, they're tapped. So usually sack lands require you to tap them. But still triggers. Yeah. Cheaper if your opponent has a bunch of stuff. It's a reach 5/7. Yeah. What else? I think all the rest of this is that fodder we just have so much of. Cool. I knew I could spend a bunch of time on this, the lower end of stuff earlier on, because we're just going to end up having a bunch of dupes of it. What do we got here? We've seen that angel. It's amazing. Now I have 2 of them. What the hell is even that? Nexus of Fate, 7 mana, instant speed, take an extra turn after this one. If it will be put into a graveyard from anywhere, reveal it and shuffle it into its owner's library instead. Not legal in Historic Pioneer, Traditional Pioneer, or Brawl. Okay. But it's legal in Standard and Standard Brawl, sure. It's 7 mana, but it's 7 mana, haha, I go again. Oh god, and imagine if you copy it. But because it's got this follow-up feature of if put into a graveyard from anywhere, it does mean that you can't mill it and then use it from your graveyard. Somehow. So there is that. Adagio Windswept Bastion. Tap land for white, station up. You can then spend 4 and tap it, create a token as a copy of target artifact or enchantment you control, except it's legendary. Huh. That's... Huh. Okay, that's a little bit different. Also, what is even going on with that art? Can we take a moment to try and understand what we're looking at there? I know I shouldn't do this with these things, because if you overanalyze art, apparently you're ruining the fun of it or something, but that's what I do. I ruin fun. We've got the black hole in the distance there. Okay, sure. And there appears to be some kind of streak, its color matched with it, so that streak is, I suppose, going into it. Sure. Looks like the meme that Gacy Stones take over a city. I know the one you mean, and yes, you are very right. There's these structure kind of coming around it, or rather at least it's placed around it. This grid, this grasp, this grill. Very weird to look at, and judging by the curvature at the point that it dips below the horizon, that thing is far out. It's huge. But then also we've got the fact that these, what appear to be spacecraft, looking... Yeah, these spacecraft looking things, we're at such a distance out that we can appreciate their smaller size, and then down onto this celestial body, we can objectively see its curvature and its atmospheric shell. So what the hell is causing this dust to kick up in this arc? Where is that coming from? What kind of cataclysm is supposed to be happening here that that volume of dust is being whipped out of the atmospheric shell of this body? That's wild. I was just saying, personally surprised this land is not legendary. I'm not that surprised because of what it would take to use 2 of these at once. So you've had 2 lands enter tapped. You've then had to station them both for 12 to then, on the same turn, create 2 tokens of 2 different artifacts or enchantments that you don't already have a token of because it's going to be legendary at the cost of 5 mana each, because it's 4 mana to cast it and the mana that the land could have been. Same land, unique planet, not legendary. I see it from that angle, yeah. I mean, if we can copy artifacts, we can copy Earths, copy planets. No. In any case, yeah, it's a wild art to look at, and it's another one of those. I did the same thing with the whole reveal at TEDCon. I was too busy looking at the stars going, what are up with those stars? That is horrible. I'm looking at this going, how is this even happening? Can the artist please explain to me what? Mutinous Massacre, 7 mana with double black, double red. Sorcery, choose odd or even. Destroy each creature with mana value of the chosen quality, then gain control of all creatures until end of turn. Untap them, give them haste. What the hell? I mean, I know it's a 7 mana, 4 coloured pip card, but still. Ugh. That's a game changer right there. That's a game ender if you need the game to end at that point. Ugh. Yikes. Another siege ship, fair enough. Guess I might be using that for a setup as well. You know that they had specified zeros even. It's nice to put it in there. Some people argue it for some reason, because both 1 and -1 are odd, but they go, but what's 0? It's not a number. Yes, it is a number. Yes, it is. Don't be a Roman. We figured it out after them. Welcome in, Penguin. Ah, what are you? Warmaker gunship. 3 mana red artifact spacecraft. When it enters, deals damage equal to the number of artifacts you control to target creature and opponent controls. Fair dude, bit of weird red conditional removal. And later becomes a flying 4/3. Curious. Gene Morph Imago. Insect Druid, blue-green, 1/3, flying, with landfall. Whenever land you control enters, target creature's base power and toughness 3/3 until end of turn. If you have 6 or more lands, that creature's base power and toughness 6/6 until end of turn. Interesting. Now this is curious because it doesn't say target creature you control. So you could theoretically nerf creatures with this. Intentionally, like bring an opponent's 4/4 down to a 3/3, etc. But the problem is once you've got to 6 or more lands, now you're nerfing to 6/6, so it better be a big bloody creature you're trying to nerf that way. So I think usually you'll be buffing yourself with this one. Usually. Still nifty. And then Bioengineered Future. We've seen this one already? Apparently we've seen this one already. I must have accidentally skipped it. When it enters, creates a lander token. Each creature you control enters with initial +1/+1 for each land that enters the battlefield under your control this turn. That's a weird one to work with. That's like landfall before the creature gets there. Huh. And another vocalist. Cool. Any more weird stuff down here? What are you? 1/1 with 1. When it becomes tapped, another target creature you control gets +X/+X till end of turn, where X is creature's power. Okay. Oh, I see the synergy here. I see the synergy. So you tap this to station something, and then in doing so, you buff another creature, which can then station, effectively causing the Hemosymbic Might here to station twice. Or otherwise you can use it to station, and then the creature attacks with both the power of itself and the might combined. I see the utility there. That's nifty. That is definitely station coded. What else we got cracking on here? What are you? A frail dreaming acolyte, a human cleric in black, blue, and 1 for 2/3. When it enters, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard an artifact. During your turn, it has Death Touch. Bit different. Blade of the Swarm, 4 mana black, 3/1. When it enters, you can either put 2 +1/+1s on it, or put target exiled card with Warp on the bottom of its owner's library. Oh, okay, so it's kind of a deny Warp. Huh. I'm surprised that's not blue, to be honest. That is a very blue feature. And the 2 +1/+1s is a, well, green feature. But this is a black creature. An assassin without Death Touch. This is a very weird creature thematically for what it does versus what it is. Meltstrider Eulogist. Whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 dies, draw a card. Cute. How does Warp work? So Warp, it says here, you may cast this card from your hand for its Warp cost, exile it at the beginning of your next end step. Oh, sorry, beginning of the next end step. Then you may cast it from exile on a later turn. So it effectively allows you to cast it for a modified, usually cheaper cost, but it's going to go away again at the end of the turn. So in this case then, this one is going, ha, did you warp something to try and use it again later? Not anymore, it's back in your library. Which again feels very blue. It's a denial into library. That's blue. Eh. What's a colour wheel? And yeah. Target creature gets +3 and first strike and reach till end of turn. Yoinks. That can be both offensive and defensive. Gotta watch out for that. I have unlocked the vault. Yoss. That just claims me 3 uncommons, 2 rares, and a mythic rare wildcard. Alright, back to the packs. 26 more EoEs. Filling this up again, and boom. Oh, hello, what are you? Reflecting pool, land, add what manner of any type that a land you control could produce. Huh. So it's not mana fix, it's just Omni once you've already achieved it. That's a curious one. I don't think I've ever seen a land like that. Huh. Another wild card, fair enough. Lots of options for me, I guess. Quantum Riddler, 5 mana in blue, Creature Sphinx, it's a 4/6 flyer. When it enters, draw a card. As long as you have 1 or fewer cards in hand, if you would draw 1 or more cards, draw that many cards +1 instead. Okay. The draw card on entering, cute. You know, just, it's effectively free to enter in terms of card advantage. But you only get the actual card advantage otherwise from the creature if you're already down to nearly empty. I have in one of my decks for Commander a black card which does this same kind of thing but for 2 mana. And it's triggered once. In the number of times I've played that deck, which granted requires me to even get the creature and play it, and have it live long enough, it's triggered once. Because I need to get down to 1 card. It's 2 mana because you can warp it, but that's the thing. It enters, you draw a card, and then it goes away again. And now it's 5 mana to actually utilize it. It's not got haste, so it can't attack that turn. It's warped, so it can't block. It's gone. So at 2 mana there, all it's doing for you is drawing a card, maybe drawing 2 if you're already down to 1 other card left. Station it? Oh, yeah, there's all the station things, but still. That is the limit of what you got. Draw a card, maybe 2, station, goodbye. For 2 mana, that is a fair amount going on, but it is 2 mana as a sorcery on your turn, which, again, blue doesn't want to be doing too much stuff on its turn if it can avoid it. Blue is the I'll play on your turn colour. So yeah, it's a weird one. It still ends up giving you a 4/6 flyer, but no protections on it. The 6 is its protection. I have mixed a feeling on that one. Another Cosmoglyph. A Blinkmoth Nexus. It says this is a first, but I'm fairly certain we already got one of these, didn't we? Oh wait, no, we got a different moth thingamajig. This one gives you a 1/1 flying artifact creature. No, it becomes one. And target Blinkmoth creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Wait. Oh! It becomes a creature without having to tap it, but then you can tap it to buff it. Huh. That's weird. Okay. We've seen that one already. Looking for new stuff, looking for new stuff, new stuff, new stuff. Wildcard. Okay, where? Okay, sure, every colour. White, blue, black, red, green, legendary artifact, spacecraft. When it enters, create a tapped robot for each multicolored permanent you control. Alright. And whenever Infinite Guideline Station attacks, once it's charged 12 for a 7/15, draw a card for each multicolored permanent you control. Ooh, okay. So yeah, if you do want to go for a every colour deck, there you are. It's legendary, so this also keys into the whole cast legendary spells stuff. Yeah. Get yourself one big old omnicolor deck, why not? Lumbering Falls is the green-blue variant of this stuff, with hexproof when it's a creature. Nice. And another Terra Symbiosis. Have I now picked up 4 for those? It feels like I picked up 4 for those. Anything along here that I care about? What's this? Nope. Not that caring. Newbies, newbies, newbies. Didn't we already see you? We already saw you. Don't lie to me, game. Alright, cool. Another Pinnacle Kill Ship. That's going to have been turned into Bolt Progress. Does it mean you get 5 robots? Oh, no, you'd get 1, because it's not for each colour in the permanents, it's for each multicoloured permanent. So you'd get 1. You surprised I'm not a blue-black player? I have got a blue-black deck. So, yes. I have played and will play blue-black. On Arena, I've had many different blue-black sets. But, I still find blue just frustrating. Of all the colours, blue and blue-white. Ah. Oh, I clicked it. I only opened 1 pack. Whatever, let's do a 1 pack open. Sure, why not? What do we find? We already got that. Now let's open 10 again. Alright, what do we got here? Devastating Onslaught. XX Red. Create X tokens or copies of target artifact or creature you control. Those tokens gain haste until the end of turn. Sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. Huh. Okay, that's certainly different. So 3 mana you get 1 copy. 5 mana for 2, 7 mana for 3, and so on. Huh. Yeah, that's a game winner. If you're at a 7 mana stage of the game, that's a game winner. There are plenty of creatures red can have at that point that'll just win off of that. Cosmogran Zenith. 3 mana in white. Human Soldier. Whenever you cast a second spell each turn, you can either create a couple more 1/1 soldiers or put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Nifty. Very dangerous. Also, yeah, the art on that one is quite nice. Absolutely, on both parts. Strong energy usage. Another Nova Hellkite, which is not legendary. So play this for 5 mana. Flying haste, swing in, and it deals 1 damage on entering. So we're swinging in for 5 damage. Next turn, do this for 5, which is going to copy this twice. So you now have a 4 swing, plus a 4 swing, plus a 4 swing, plus another 2 for entering. That is 14 damage on top of the 5 damage this did in the previous turn. That's 19 damage on 5 and 5 mana. Yeah, that can get some work done. Sunset Saboteur. Curious looking thing. What's going on here? Oh, but we've seen what this card is. Yeah. Another elevator. Fair enough. We're going to the moon with this one. You don't know why the Saboteurs are rare? I suppose it's a 4/1 blocker that it's hard to remove because it's forcing card discard. Balancing for limited, yeah, there's also that side of things. Because if your opponent doesn't have creatures, it's just a free attack for 4 in a 2 mana. Menace, so even if it is buffing things, it's hard to hit. I don't know. It's a weird one. Another one of those, fair enough. Another one of those. Another one of those. And new! Pinnacle Starcade. 3 mana in white. Artifact. When it enters, exile all artifacts and creatures mana value 2 or less until this leaves the battlefield. And if it sticks around long enough, for 8 mana, put each card exiled with this artifact into its owner's graveyard and create a robot for each of those cards. Then sack the artifact. Huh. Fair enough then. That's it feels very temporary lockdown coded, but not quite the same. Because yeah, it doesn't hit enchantments. Cool. And then along here, there's like this new spacecraft or stuff like that. Again, it's saying Banishing Light is new to us. It's not. Don't lie to me. We're on to our final 5 of these packs. Just gonna crack them all open. Okay, actually, most of these are first. Wow. Alpha Rail Stone Chosen. 5 mana in black for 3 black. Ward, discard a card at random. Okay. That's a little bit of a scarier ward to deal with. Void, whenever it attacks and Void is triggered, defending player loses half their life rounded up. When it attacks... Oh no. Okay, well that's another insta-win combo that's on the field now. That's another of those. So there is a zombie assassin, I forget the name of, but it's a 3 mana 1 where when it deals combat damage to a player, that player loses half their life rounded up. There is a enchantment in black, which is whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, they lose half their life rounded up. Now there's this, which is just on attacking. And these all stack with a couple things that say, if an opponent loses life during your turn, they lose twice as much. So you combine the demon with this, that's just a... you're dead. Thanks for playing. Shouldn't have left it to attack. It hasn't got haste, so if you somehow give it haste, that's just on the turn win. Damn. That exists. Shambling Vent is black-white and can turn into a land, which is a 2/3 with lifelink. Yeah, it's a thing. Anti-causal Vestige. It's an Eldrazi. 6 mana. When this creature leaves the battlefield, draw a card. Then you may put a permanent card with mana value less than or equal to the number of lands you control from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. And because you can warp this, it would then leave the battlefield at the end of your turn, triggering that effect. Oh no. Now, it's still based on the number of lands you control, so it's not like you can cheat out something hideously expensive, but you can still just push something out without having to spend the mana. It's just how many lands you have. Oh dear. That's certainly a thing to watch out for. Power Depot. Some Death Star crap going on here. Enters tapped. Tap for colorless, or tap for 1 mana of any color. Spend only to cast artifact spells or activate abilities. Modular 1. Enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it. When it dies, you may put it onto a target artifact creature. When it dies? It's a land. It's an artifact land, but like... why would I want a land that is more vulnerable to destruction than a normal land that, sure, can tap for any mana for artifacts, but still enters tapped, and when removed, I get a single +1/+1 counter on an artifact creature? That's, not sure I see enough use cases for that to care. I get that it's a tap mana fix, but like, how hard do you need to mana fix in an artifact deck for this? Yeah. Ragost Deft Gastronaut. Alright. It's a lobster citizen. Fair enough. This creature is 2 mana for 2/2, black-white. Artifacts you control are foods in addition to their other types. And if sacrifice this artifact, you gain 3 life. If you then pay 1, tap this sack of food, it deals 3 damage to each opponent. And at the beginning of each end step, if you gain life this turn, untap Ragost. Huh. Brother only saying for cards that count differently named lands. Yeah, it's another named land, but like there's so many different named lands you can get, including just swamp, island, plains. So at that point, why would you need the power depot? Yeah, that's a curious one. Looks like you'd have to work carefully to make it work, but other than that, I can maybe see it. Sure. What else have we got here? Scrounge for Eternity. As additional cost to cast a spell, sack an artifact or creature, return type creature or spacecraft card with mana value 5 or less from graveyard to the battlefield. Oh. 5 or less does limit it a bit, but it's 3 mana to bring it back, but you have to sack something in the process, and then you create a lander. It's, okay, that's a thing. That is definitely a thing. Also, that lander token looks weird as fuck. What the hell is even going on there? Zom's finally got Luvus Prime. Congrats. And yeah, that's all the bits of notes in those. And now, the 10 golden packs. Oh, what shinies are we going to find in here? Oh, that is a glorious appearance. Would you look at that? That is a... Oh, that's a power opening right there. Thunderous Velocipede from the... I forgot the name of that set, I'll be quite honest with you. The racing set. Coalstoke Gearhulk, also from the racing set, and I didn't own. A 5 mana, 1 black, black, red, red. Menace, Death Touch, 5/4. Oh, this one. When it enters, put target creature card of mana value 4 or less from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control with a finality counter on it. It gains Menace, Death Touch, and Haste. And then at the beginning of the next end step, exile that creature. Yeah, that can cascade into some crazy, crazy effects. That's nasty. Sphinx of Forgotten Lore. Also new to me. This comes from Foundations, I think that is. Mythic 3/3 Flash Flying. Oh, Flash, okay. When it attacks, target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback until end of turn. Flashback cost is equal to that card's mana cost. Fair enough. So you can just cast it from the graveyard and then exile it. Aether Drift. Yes, that's the name of that set. Thank you. And then we have got from the horror set. It was called... Nope. It's not there in my head. That name doesn't want to come out either. Names are names. Nico Light of Hope. Ah, yes, I've seen this one bouncing around. It's a curious one. Not one I really I'm going to focus on, but it exists. Bloomburrow, Lumbra, Bellow of the Woods. Fair enough. Nice to have another of those. Oh, hello. Another one from Aether Drift, Salvation Engine, 5 mana. Other artifact creatures you control get +2/+2. Works with Spacecraft. When it attacks, return up to 1 artifact card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Works with Spacecraft. But it is a Crew 6. So a bit of work to get to the value of that one, but once you've got it there... Nice. Infamous Crew Claw. I definitely already own this card, come on. I'm sure I've seen this one. In any case, it's a 3 mana 3/3 in black red from Bloomburrow, Menace, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player, I can exile cards from top library until I exile a non-land card. I may cast it by discarding something else rather than paying its mana cost. Cute. Although it's a lot of cards exiled potentially. That one we saw earlier as I judged how the dust even happens, let alone whatever's going on with that black hole. Famished Worldsire. Also new to the EoE set. 8 mana. Ward 3, Devour Land 3. As this creature enters, you may sacrifice any number of lands. It enters with 3 times that many +1/+1 counters on it. Dear God, so even just having it enter You're going to want to sack at least one land, because otherwise it's just dead. When it enters, look at the top X cards of your library or X's creature's power. Put any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Oh, okay, so that's how you then get your lands back that you just sacked. Yikes. That is a wild, wild card. And if you cheat it out as well, the ramp potential. That is a wild card. Okay. Omniscience! You may cast spells from your hand without paying their mana costs. It costs 10 mana, or you just cheat it out. Yep. Once that one hits the field, it's basically GG for your opponents. If you can't win once Omniscience resolves, what are you doing? Another Adagia. Devastating Onslaught again. Sammy, a wildcard captain. Okay. Double Strike Vigilant 4/4 for 6 mana. Spells you cast have affinity for artifacts. Ooh. Oh, I can get some work done. I can definitely get some work done. Okay. Absolute Virtue. Spell can't be countered. Flying. Have protection from each of your opponents. Yikes. Yeah, that one hits the field and, yep. Now, it doesn't protect itself. It only protects me. But still. If you then cast something to protect it, you're untouchable. Cyrus 7 Deaths. I have played this one a few times myself. It's fun to mess around with. Progenitus. Dear God, when am I ever going to use this? A 10 mana 10/10. Omnicolor, no messing around, Hydra Avatar with protection from everything. But if it would go to the graveyard, instead, shuffle it into the library. Fair enough. Mimeoplasm Revered one, which is X black, green, blue. Oh, yes. This one is an absolute nightmare of a card. I have lost to this one a couple of times in Commander. Yup. That's nifty. Ketramos, the New Dawn. I intentionally have not crafted this one, but I guess I'm going to have one now. A indestructible card. No work needed. It just starts with indestructible as well as menace, as well as lifelink, as well as being a 4/4. You do a bit of exiling, and then this thing comes online like an absolute boss. Another Beyond the Quiet. No one on you. Looking for interesting or new stuff. That's cute. Creature controller tap for 1 mana of any color, which is basically turning them all into mana dorks. The hell even is this? Hollow Merc Siege. Black-green. As this enchantment enters, choose Sultai or Abzan. Sultai, whenever a counter is put on creature control, draw a card. Nice. Triggers only once per turn, though. Or Abzan, whenever you attack, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature, gains menace till end of turn. Honestly, less nice. A what even? Bloomvine Regent, a dragon. For 3 mana as a sorcery omen. You may cast this card as an omen. After you do, shuffle this card into its owner's library. Oh, okay. Whereupon you search your library for up to 2 basic forests, reveal them, put 1 on the battlefield tapped, other one in the hand, then shuffle. Then shuffle. Then you put this card into your library. Then you shuffle. Sure. Or you can cast it as a flying 4/5, and whenever this or another dragon you control enters, gain 3 life. That we've seen just recently today. That we've seen today. Osteomancer Adept. Fair enough. Not something I'm probably going to use. What even are you? 1 mana, 2/1, creature range wizard, vigilant. When it enters, each opponent exiles a card from their hand and may play that card for as long as it remains exiled. Each spell cast this way costs 1 more to cast. Each land played this way enters tapped. Huh. But then, if someone has a tap land in hand, they just choose that one. That's not that amazing. I mean, it's a little bit of interference for 1 mana, which is, you know, it gets work done. It's still a Vigilant Wizard 2/1, but it's not that amazing. Here we go. I was going to look this up myself later, but if the game wants to bring one onto screen, this is what I was on about with regards to the whole tapping feature of stations being big for some earlier stuff. It's the survival mechanic. So Reluctant Role Model here is an example of that. Survival. At the beginning of your second main phase, if this creature is tapped, which is the survival bit, the rest is what it then does. Put a flying, lifelink, or 1/1 counter on it. When this creature or another creature control dies, if it had counters on it, put those counters on up to 1 target creature. There are some crazy survival effects out there. This is one of the more interesting ones, in my opinion. So, rather than having to risk losing the creature by making it attack to tap, you just station it. You just station. Now you put the 2 into the stationing, you are working towards getting that spacecraft up and running, and into your second main phase, this then triggers and goes, hello, something happens. And especially as this one can hand out the counters, that can get wild fast. Oh good, another space-time anomaly. Great. And one of you. A land adventure. It's a weird one. Return up to 2 target artifact or enchantment cards from your graveyard to hand. Number 1 of this super stations. My 4th elevator, I think. Slagstorm. Deal 3 damage to each creature, 3 damage to each player. Fair enough. Herd Heirloom. Add all mana of any colour, spend this only to cast creature spells. Until end of turn, type creature control a powerful or greater gains trample, and when it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Oh, that's a nice one. That's a nice one. I should probably put that into some decks. Chainsaw, fun to use. This is new. Seer Vondam Sunstar Exemplar. Human Knight 2/2, Vigilant Menace for Vigilant Black-White. Whenever another creature control dies or is put into exile, put a +1/+1 on this and gain 1 life. When this dies or is put into exile whilst its power is 4 or greater, we get to destroy a non-land permanent. Not terribly effective as a card, but it can grow, can heal you, and can remove something when it is removed. It also gets around the whole what if it exiles instead of dies. That's nice. Another Sunstar Chaplain. Another one of those. What are you? When you unlock this door, search your room. Search your library for a room card that doesn't have the same name as a room you control. Reveal and put into hand. And later, at the beginning of your upkeep, surveil 1. You win the game. There are 8 or more different names among the unlocked doors of rooms you control. I recognize this one. Yeah, it's coming to mind now. Someone tried playing this at Commander Night. Yeah, there might have been a certain exile all enchantments cast once they got 6 out of their 8 rooms. They weren't too happy with that. But that's what you get for having an obvious win con. We're gonna take steps to deal with it. Oh, hello. Extinguish a battleship. First of all, what an aggressive piece of art compared to a lot of these. It looks so rough. When this enters, destroy target non-creature permanent. Then this spacecraft deals 4 damage to each creature. Non-creature permanent is such an unusual limit. Because yeah, you can't hit a creature, but you can hit land. Oh damn. Quite honestly, oh damn. And then station it for 5+, it's now a flying trample 10/10 as well. It's 8 mana to get it out there, unless you cheat it. But still, like, damn. Alright. Red spells you cast cost 1 less. And creature control have haste. Yep, there are a bunch of these crystals going around, so that's nice. New way forward. Next time a source of your choice would deal damage to you this turn, prevent that damage. Cool. Damage prevention in blue, red, white, which I don't really play. When damage prevented this way, new way forward deals that much damage to that source's controller, and I may draw that many cards. It's nifty, but very niche. Vincent Valentine. Whenever a creature opponent controls dies, put a number of +1/+1 counters on this equals to its power. Ooh. When it attacks, may transform it. If transformed, it becomes a trample lifelink 3/2 plus its counters. And if it dies, return it to the battlefield tapped, front face up. Sweet. That's really nifty. That is pretty good for a 4-mana card, yeah. Another one of these spacecrafts. Very nice. Yeah, it's a thing. Bloodghast. Sure. Not that enthused about it. Yes, I've seen those. I'm looking for new and interesting things. We've seen the Sliver stuff. I've got 2 of those. Razorkin Needlehead is a nice card to have in red. Ew, what now? Entropic Battle Cruiser, 4 mana. Nothing when it enters. Station for just 1, an opponent discards a card, they lose 3 life. And when stationed to 8, it's a flying Death Touch 3/10, which when it attacks, each opponent discards a card or loses 3 life. If they can't. Okay. Lydiana's gone, and instead a battle cruiser has warped in. Except this doesn't warp. Battle cruiser operational. Sure, why not? Twitching doll. This ain't the first I've got with this, don't lie to me. The Sarima again. Guess I'm definitely having that one. Gone over the Eldrazi, and... as this vehicle enters, choose a creature type. Vehicle creatures you control are the chosen creature type in addition to their other types. Each creature you control of the chosen type other than this vehicle gets +1/+1. Huh. That's a weird one. But I've not really leaned into vehicle decks at all so far, so fair enough. Well, that's a lot of cards. That was a lot of cards that just gone through there. Good lord. So let's throw a deck together. What's the daily? It was just destroy opponent creatures, right? Well, if we're killing opponent's creatures, that's black. So let's create a... these are default decks. Those aren't the kind of names I'd give stuff. No. Let's create a... black or black-green... oh, God. Yeah, you can see some things I got 4 of straight up. Fair enough. Thanks, game. Standard... let's go for black. Do I go black-green? Yeah, let's go black-green. Black-green's a very powerful combo. I like black-green. Okay. And let's start by just going for the spacecraft. What spacecraft do I now own in these colors that we can utilize? I mean, the Sledge class siege ship, allowing us to put creature cards from hand onto battlefield. I kind of want to make that work. I really want to make that work. So let's lean into you. Straight up. When this enters, put +1/+1 each creature control. 5 mana. Let's not. Oop. 1 more counter will be put on a creature, spacecraft, or planet you control. Do twice. Yes. I've only got the 1 of it. I'm not going to craft more right now. I've got 46 rares, but I just want to kind of vibe together this plan first. Because of this, I'm not going to go a discard approach. Don't think it'll be smart. This does allow me to kind of ramp up. But ramp up and then eventually get a 3/3. I don't think it's worthwhile. No, no. Not for this. It's 3 mana to again try and build in stuff, and then eventually into a flying lifelink. I'm looking at these spacecraft, I'll be honest. I don't really see enough synergy here to bring the rest together. Are there spacecraft that I haven't collected? Yes. Despite it being uncommon. Wow, what are the odds of that? When it enters, each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature of their choice. Never mind, I'm fine. For 5 mana, pass. And yeah, that's the only one. And this is when it enters mill 3, then I can return creature or spacecraft from graveyard to battlefield. Yes, it's also a 2/3. I can utilize that. Let's do that actually. Let's bring you in. Crazy loads of stuff. Crazy loads of stuff. Alright. Good lord. I'm gonna try mousing over everything so it goes away. I see them now. I see them. Oh. This is gonna be fun. All right. Let's filter down then to the 1 mana stuff and just what I have now. Let's not use up any cards, any wild cards. I would like to have some opening that can get into powering up this usefully. Well, Senka Miner might be a good one. Spiteful Hexmage, unfortunately, will very often curse itself, kind of slightly ruining its plan. And into here, we do also have some interesting and useful stuff. Or Patch Recruit can be interesting. This can buff up stuff. Let's see. Let's go with a couple defensive dragon snipers. They are nice to have. And then I'm not going for that kind of a deck, so I'll leave that card where it is. Let's go for a couple of these Forsaken Miners. And then into 2 mana. Things to look at. Yeah, sure. Let's go for some very simple removal. This will remove both creatures and planeswalkers. Very useful to have. But I'd also like to have some things I can just cast at this tier. Let's go with interesting. Deal a wall. As long as the creature is a counter on it, it can attack as though it did have Defender, but otherwise 3/3. It could help for charging up this, but I'm not sure I want to go that direction. Which dies into a food token. Rat coded. Tangled Colony, can't block, but I can create a bunch of rats when it's destroyed. This, which we'd want to just not attack with, because it'll be buffing our opponent. But it's good for charging up the stationing. This I think would be good for it. It's a non-tap effect. Sacrifice another creature or artifacts about 1, so if things are about to pop anyway, I could just use it to chew on it, basically. Oh, I can use Vapmir as well. Vapmir does buff themselves up when I commit crimes. Builds into a menace lifelink creature. Becomes a threat in that regard. It's only 2 mana. And as it builds up, that can also help, again, powering up this spaceship. Let's go... couple of you, couple of you. That feels smart enough at the moment. Now, there is also just the green mana 2s I can look at. Brusty Bill is always nice and does buff himself up, so you know what, let's go a couple of them as well, actually. I don't think there's much else in the 2 mana I'll want to touch there, because I don't want to go... I'm quite heavy into 2 manas now. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, actually, you know what? But I kind of want to keep those. No, we'll keep those in. Yeah. Now, there's Innkeeper's Talent for putting on +1 counters, protecting stuff with counters, which will protect spaceships, and for doubling up the counters when I place them. So let's get 3 of you. Let's do 3, yeah. And Heritage Reclamation, instant speed removal of artifacts, enchantments, or a target card from a graveyard. That can certainly help out against a bunch of stuff. I know it's only a common card, and yet it covers a bunch of threats. I'm going to do that. I am running out of card space, and I haven't yet chosen anything that this would even interact with. Shoot, let's drop you down, drop you down. I need to keep 4 removal. In fact, only 4 removal is still a bit. Oh, that's nice. Those are all nice. Yeah, we'll stick for that for the moment. Okay, and then... yeah, that's enough in this tier. Now I want the big boys. What's the big stuff that when it comes out it's just amazing that I've done it? Let's see here. I mean, this one already is just kind of a bonkers one. It would be weird to bring about, but I kind of want to go for it. It's got no tramples, so it doesn't really make good on what it does. No, let's not do that. Looks nice. Isn't nice enough, because I don't have room to make good on it. This is usually nice to have. We'll get a couple of those in. Let's see. Run that for a couple of removals and reanimates. Don't mind if I do, actually. Is this... nope, that's not what I was looking for. Let's go for Valgafoths. Valgafoths are brilliant. Let's put those in. Love them. Always love them. And then... oh, is Gruff Triplet still in? Oh, I don't know why I thought that was not in the standard, but yeah. That's in the... oh, what's that set called? Oh, Fairy and stuff. No idea. But Gruff Triplets does do a good job of, you know, pulling through on games, so I'm going to grab a couple of those. They have Trample as well, which is nice. Do I want to bring in a little bit more? I could go for Season of Gathering. Big cost, big results. But it's not creatures, so it doesn't actually work with the stuff. Whereas this is going to give me counters galore. Gonna pop one of those in. Just the one. And Vaultborn Tyrant? Vaultborn Tyrant. Okay, there we go. This is not high on removal. I've got 6 removals. Plus... How many removals do I have for artifact enchantments? Only a couple. I kind of want more of that. I do kind of want more of that, so let's do that, and instead, Vadmir isn't that big of a deal for this deck, so I'm going to take one of those out. How's my average mana cost? 3.6 is quite high, but that's because we're cheating stuff. Let's switch to lands now. This tap to let you control 2 or fewer. Let's grab a few of you. You were nice. These are great. I'm going to pop all of them, actually. What's my mana split? 50-50. Beautiful. Do I grab some Surveil lands for this? No, I've not got a lot of Reanimate in here. No, I've just got 2 of the Reanimate and then these 2 Virtue Persistence long game things. No, I'm not going to go for the Surveil lands. That's not really the end game here. Let's go another Blooming Marsh. And let's see. We're not heavily dependent on black or green in either direction. So because... Yeah, no, that should be fine. Mana base. Okay, I don't think this is going to work. I think I am missing some obvious details of the weaknesses of this, but... CD cheat chip. Oops, accidental double capital, my bad. There we go. Craft what we need to craft, 1 common wildcard, no concern, done. Alright, this is probably not going to work. I've just kind of thrown it together from what I've seen. Got the CD ship on the front, why not? Let's take that into a little bit of standard and see what happens. Probably nothing good, especially as I'm going into best of 1. Do it ranked? Yeah, do it ranked. I don't care about my rank. If the rank goes down, the rank goes down. In fact, I can't drop below gold at this point anyway, so who cares? Let's see what happens with this deck and what we are up against, other than a little bit of lag. Alright, good land to start. We got removal, we got creatures, and we got our seed chip. Sure, why not? We'll start with the early land. There we go. Again, a little bit of lag, don't know why. Ew, they got the fancy thing. New stuff. Alright. Blue-white. Shit. Okay, I don't have artifact removal here, so this could get bad quick. So, Bristly, get in. We'll see how this goes. Hard mill, okay. Valgothoth's in hand, okay. Valgothoth is in hand. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Let's station with that, thank you very much. If I draw a land next turn, I can Valgothoth turn 4. Land, 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 land. Actually, even if I don't get a land, I can Bristly and Dragon Sniper. He needs to remove the seed ship now. I wonder if he knows he has to. Creatures enter tapped. Okay, fair enough. That will slow me down a little bit. Oh, fuck off, double Valgothoth. That actually slows me down more a bit because I can't tap them if they're already tapped. So, fair enough. Well played, well played. I'm going to pop just this one on field. My opponent is thinking very carefully about that. Go ahead and gain your life. I am going to station this with you. I'm not going to commit my Dragon Sniper because they could board wipe me. And I don't want to be board wiped. That would suck. Double Valgafoth in hand with 3 land on board, no land in hand is a terrifying situation to be in, because if that siege ship goes, I've got 2 completely dead cards to me. Enduring Innocence, yep, that's fine. That's safe for me to look at the moment. Oh, now I get the land. Sure, why not? Alright, so we're gonna pop this to tap that one to bring this into play. And then let's go for the swamp and buff up this. It's beautiful. And now we are going to swing. Put a creature onto the battlefield. It's a Valgafoth! It wasn't turn 4, it's a turn 5 Valgafoth, but I will still take that. And my opponent can deal with it in various ways. I wonder which way they would choose. Ah, Enduring Innocence is mine. Well, that's beautiful. I think I'll cast that. I'm not going to put the other creature into it. I'm just going to end turn there. Valgafoth denied them their own Enduring Innocence. I forgot that was even a thing. But yeah, it would have gone to graveyard, so I get it instead. Destroy all creatures. There it is. Alright. So let's just start going through all these. Gruff Triplets, 6 mana, I can't afford that. Graveyard it. Let's go for you. Land, yeah, I could deal with that. So that's that then. Cool. Ah, that's painful. We knew there was a very real risk of that, and it's hard for me to come back having had that happen. And they've now got their Enduring Innocence, because it died under my control, it goes to them. I didn't have an answer to Day of Judgment. Perhaps that's something I do need in here, is give stuff indestructible. Hey, milling me, sure, do as you do. Okay, Forsaken Miner, not really what I was looking for here, but... Swing. Put that down. But yeah, something to protect my big hitter, whatever I put on field. Seems like a very important play. Because that's gonna happen very often. Alright, what's next? He's got 6 mana. He can do lots with 6 mana. Each mill cards equal to the number of cards in their graveyard. Oh, fuck. This thing is going to get worse. I'll mill 7, then 14. Ugh! Oh, he's got me. As soon as he pops that. My graveyard is 28, my deck is 23. Next turn he wins. That's game. Unless I draw my 1 removal card for that. Good game. Yep. Well, I had 3 copies removed, but yeah. Ah, yeah, no, I definitely need protection against that board wipe. That's something that needs to be in the deck. So let's revision that deck real quickly. So I've got how many cheap creatures? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This Innkeeper's Talent, I don't think I see that actually making this deck work. It's cute, but I don't see it working. Let's remove you. And then go Indestructible. So what's the cheapest Indestructible I can do? I can do... Hexproof Indestructible 2 mana. Tyvar's is rotated out, it looks like, which is frustrating. Any uncollected options? For 1 mana, maybe? Ah, here we go. Target permanent control gains Hexproof and Indestructible, or create a 1/1 colorless pilot, which saddles, mounts, and cruise vehicles as though its power were 2 or greater. Ah, but it doesn't cruise spaceships, does it? But yeah, I think Defend the Rider is going to be my safest way of achieving this. Target permanent I control, so that can also protect the siege ship. Yeah, that's the one. That is the one to protect me here. In fact, it's so important, I'm going to find a way to put more of that in. More of it in, and let's see. To be honest, do I want Siege Ship Pretender? No, that's a comeback mechanic if I've had stuff go to graveyard. Let's see. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've got a lot of the big boys. Let's take out some big boys. Let's take out a Gruff Triplets and a Masker Worm, so I can get 4 over this and still be at 60 cards. There we go. That's going to give me a lot of protection for just 1 mana. So hopefully the next... Ooh, save and exit. So hopefully the next time that rolls around, I at least have a way to not let that all fall apart. Because, yeah, not having interaction to protect against that was a mistake. It won't protect me from Exile All. That's just a hard reset. There is nothing in black-green that will protect me from that in any reasonable manner. But for everything else, it'll do the trick. Let's see. Yeah, we can work with this. Okay, cool. Can we work with this? Yeah, I've got removal. I've got a Death Touch blocker. So if they've got something quick, I can deal with the quick. We've got artifact removal, so something crazy there, I can take it out as well. What colours are you playing? Red, white. Okay, I don't know the red-white meta. We'll see what happens. Let's end turn. Instant, nothing to hit, and wasteful to cast. Ooh. Is this a life gain approach? Whenever creature you control enters game 1 life. You know what? Let's just remove that now. That feels like a useful part of their setup. Life gain stuff in general. Slap that. Still no value to this. Swing. End turn. This is kind of a dead card if I don't have a spacecraft, isn't it? It looks nice, but now I'm looking at it properly, it feels like quite a dead card here. Oh, is this going to be a cat deck? Whenever artifact you control enters, gain life, you can even step draw a card if you gain more life. Okay, that's cool, but let's make it where this doesn't grow. Pay the 3 life, get rid of this. And they warped it in, so it's going to leave. There we are. Might as well play this. I've got nothing better to play. Johnny, Pride Mate, take a break. Hey, gotta have your cats. Alright, cool. That's there again. It's absolutely not gonna want to deal with me. Oh, this is not how this is supposed to go. Alright. I only have the one creature I can use, so I'm going to pop this now so that I don't lose my creature to them actually choosing to trade. Where's my siege ship? I need my siege ship, although I am only 1 mana away from Gruff Triplets, but it has to be green mana. Ah! Yeah, fair enough. I am running out of options. Siege ship, finally! I can't charge you up very well, but at least I can charge you. Alright. What do you mean you have interaction? Cool. Alright, Dragon Sniper, you've done your job. Tap. Now I just need to do that 3 more times, and I can Valgafoth. Oh, that's too slow. No! Oh, that's... Okay. That's bad, but that's not as bad as losing the siege ship. I thought he was going to take the siege ship there. Instead, he took my 1-1, which... Okay, it's frustrating, but it's nowhere near as bad as it could be. Heal up. It's fine. Oh. That... Oh, come on. It's the wrong colour? Shit. Okay, Gruff Triplets might be a bad choice for this reason. Because 6 mana should be more playable than this. I don't know. Hard to judge. We'll see. Oh. I'm playing Virtue of Persistence at this stage. I'm playing Virtue of Persistence. Oh, I should... No, I didn't have something to discard with Blitz Triumph, did I? That's why I spent the 3 life. This isn't good. This is really not good. Surveil something nice for me, please. What have you got over here? You've got that 3/3 I can steal. Yoink! It's gonna give me a little bit of a reprieve, and they're immediately gonna blow it up. Fair enough. Ah! Why? Ah, you painful thing, and stationing is as a sorcery, so the creature blew up before I could utilize it. Surveil something big for me. That is not big. I'm gonna bleed out to this fear of surveillance, which is very ironic considering I'm on a live stream in the UK. Do you have interaction to destroy this again? No. Okay. Ooh, hello. Destroy target enchantment sheltered by ghosts. By destroying the enchantment, rather than trying to go for the enchantment creature, I don't have to deal with the ward cost. Did he just suicide it? Okay, there's apparently a suicide option. God damn it. Should have fucking dealt with this shit first. Whatever. Tap this. Yoink. I'm nearly there. He hasn't killed me yet. It's gonna be tight, but he hasn't killed me yet. Alright, let's honestly, let's bring this one back in again. Why not? Yoink. And now we station off of the 3/3, which will enable the siege ship. Siege ship can swing along with this. When it does, out comes Valgafoth. Bonk. And he quits. There it is! He has 34 life to my 9. There it is. It does work. He didn't have a strong enough win con, and that was through the strategic removal of the things that could actually threaten me. This thing could cycle up from the life gain, and this for just the life gain to trigger stuff. Take them out, he didn't have enough power, so as much as I was struggling on the land, Virtue Persistence actually pulled it off. Loading Zone, however, as much as it did make this work, I don't want to give it the credit. This sat in my hand, not achieving stuff. So that is a negative from my perspective there. That is a very distinct negative. Let me have a look what other options there are. To be honest, I mean, that said, there is still the warp effect to make it happen faster. Let's see, it's just the one card. Wow, okay, sure. One card that I happen to draw. There's got to be something better I could do with 4 mana. There's got to be something better I could do with 4. Let's have a look then. It's not terrible, but no. Let's see. That demon is pretty nice, but we're not really going that direction. I'd like something that can help me not lose. Give me enough time to get to the win cons. Oh yeah, this Bloodletter works with a lot of stuff. Absolutely, Elsie, but I'm not building that kind of deck. I've been there, done that. It's disgusting as hell. I could do this, just Surveil 2, draw 2 cards, lose 2 life. Honestly, can just kind of help me get into what I need to do. It's instant speed, so I can hold the mana for it. For removal's sake. Let's see, what else we got? 4 mana. I'm mostly focused on the rares and above, because they're usually the powerful stuff. Although, weirdly, that one is common. Whenever a player casts a spell they don't own, creates a treasure token. That's win more when Valgafoth's on field, so no. What are you? Enters, opponent discards a card. When they do, I investigate. Triggers once per turn. I'm not doing a discard build, so that doesn't work. Return stuff from graveyard to hand. Each opponent loses 2 life, I gain 2 life. Yeah, but it's only graveyard to hand. Leyline of the Void denies them their graveyard, but that's not the build I'm going for. Rankle Sprang for shutting down stuff, but that's going to hit me more than I want it to. What else we got? Definitely not. The End deals with creatures, doesn't deal with artifacts, and it's quite expensive. This is good against Tifa and that Hydra. Desecration Demon for the 6/6. Hold on, scrolling back, because you must have seen it earlier. Beginning of each combat, opponent may sacrifice a creature of their choice. If they do, tap this creature and put a +1/+1 on it. Okay, yeah. So it forced them to slow down their stuff to stop me using this. And I can tap it at the start of my combat anyway, at which point they won't use it, but then it's happened. That's not terrible, honestly. That is a every turn edict, basically. That's not a terrible choice. We'll put that one up there. Vincent Valentine, you say. Let's scroll over. Vincent Valentine. When creature opponent controls dies, put counters onto it. When we get enough, transform it. And then it's a lifelink thing, which can help there. Can gain a bunch of counters. Can be used for both stationing and for just straight attacking, so there's value there, absolutely. Bit of a toughie. Also trample lifelink. In beast mode, it also can't be killed. Well, if it is killed, it comes back at the starting 2/2. All the counters gone. So it's more of a reset. And also it can still be exiled. So death still matters, just not as strongly. Let's see, what else have we got? Blossoming Tortoise. When it enters or attacks, mill 3 cards, return a land from graveyard to battlefield tapped. It allows me to get more land going, but if I'm already at 4 land, I should have enough land for most circumstances, and I don't want to mill the Seed Ship, because that doesn't bring it back. Return target creature from graveyard to battlefield, but it doesn't return Seed Ship. Du- 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 du. Five power and gives me mana to play with and has protection because Ward 2. Of course! Of course! I'm so stupid. Of course it's Kona. Why did I not put this in at the start? I said this right early on. Survival. Stationing. It's the thing. Even when the siege ship isn't fully turned on. Just a tap for 4, and then I now have one of my big boys out, or actually just any permanent out. Duh. That's the one. So, loading zone, out you go. And you know what? I actually kind of want another Kona. What would I trade for Kona? Second Kona? That's a damn good question. Ooh, what do I trade for a second Kona? I think I trade out the Sledge class siege ship, but then how do I tap Kona so easily without dying? Do I draw Vadmir again? Honestly, Vadmir is maybe not that useful, told. With triplets, this is triple green. The triple green was an unusual one, and I could be in just as much an issue elsewise, but you are right, that was a weakness there. It's just Gruffler triplets is also a strong play. If we look at my land base here, how much green do I have? I've got 16 green to 8 not green. So the fact that I ended up with 7 mana, because that's what was needed to get out Virtue Persistence, 7 mana with only 2 green, when my typical ratio would be 7 mana, 4 plus green. I got really unlucky there. Yeah, it was just a bit of a mana screw, and Gruff Triplets, it's only one of, but the fact that it's 6 mana, it's relatively playable. And look what it actually does. It creates 3 3/3s, which then share out counters based on the amount of power when just one of them dies. And they've trample. Like, that is a threat. That is a threat that can get some work done. Interestingly, they wouldn't trigger the Voltborn Tyrant. Huh. Where's that to consider? No, I'm going to keep that one. I am going to keep it. You know what? I'm going to do something dirty here. I'm just going to put an extra forest in to go to 62 cards so I don't have to make the decision. Sod it. I'm going to be really dirty on the decision making here. There we are. Let's see how this goes. I'm not going to see some key element because this is a bit of a combo setup, but it's got combo from so many angles that it should succeed. Let's see, what have we got here? Okay, well, this hasn't got the angle needed to succeed. I've got a non-blocking creature, non-creature removal. If I'm up against a creature deck, I'm dead here. Mulligan. This is not amazing, but I do have a workable creature, removal, and a cheeky boy once I can afford it. So we'll keep this. And let's send the forest in. There we go. Sure enough, my opponent is playing green. Go on. Is it the Chocobo? Oh, it's Bristly. Alright. We'll immediately delete that. I've drawn another removal. That is life-saving. Let's pay 3 life and blow this up now. Because I want to keep all these cards. What's this one? Whenever land control puts +1 on a creature. Interesting. They did that when they didn't have a creature. Well, here's my creature. And my creature can respond to the landfall. And when they blow it up, I have another one ready to go. I can't play this one with it because legendary. Tifa. Okay, let's remove Tifa. A3 live, blow up Tifa. They don't have protection. Very good. And they've already given up. I spent 6 life to get to that point, but yeah. Mono green versus black green, who mulligans specifically to deal with the fact that I could be against a mono green. Played them like a fiddle. That was possibly the smartest mulligan I've done in a while. Especially for best of one, that's just get denied. Now that wasn't my deck popping off, that was just shutting down their deck and proving I now had a board presence they would have to deal with. They didn't believe that they could get anywhere after that. Maybe they didn't stack their own protection, which is greedy, as we learned. This is very interesting. I'm gonna take it, but very interesting. Sniper to start. I'm not going to put out Bristly. I'm going to say Bristly for if my setup here gets hurt. Oh, revealed. Choose artifact or creature card. Exile the card. Goodbye, Valgafoth. Bro, you get rid of Valgafoth here. You get rid of Valgafoth. Why would you let that stay in my hand? Well, he's probably got more removals. Doesn't want me to play stuff now. So, fair enough. Let's swing for the attack. Yeah, fair enough. If he knows he's got another removal, he's just going to come back in and take out Valgafoth now. Except they'll see Kona and take out that one. Force me to discard Valgafoth? Sure, I can do that. I can do that. I'm going to swamp, but I'm not going to get rid of... I'm not going to play my Forsaken Miner, because I'm scared they're going to force me to discard again. So, if they give me an untargeted discard, I want to discard my Forsaken Miner instead. Each opponent sacrifices a creature or vehicle of their choice. I prefer to have something that can deal with flyers. Because I'm short on removal, I'll keep this. Okay, another Valgafoth. Not what I wanted to have happen. I'm just not going to play again, because if they force me to discard at my choice, I still want to discard the Forsaken Miner here. Oh no, 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 no. No. Oh, it's gonna be that motherfucker in the sky, that bloody vampire. I'm gonna lose this one. Let's swing and see if he blocks it. He does not block it, that's fair enough. Live your best life, mate. This is instant speed, so I can work with it after the fact, but let's see what happens here. Is it the 5-mana bastard? On his main phase, he's thinking. If he runs the Enduring Tenacity into my Dragon Sniper, I can then blow it up with this. Destroy all creatures with toughness X or less. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. And then what? Reveals their hand, shoots on land hand. Oh, what? I've got my land! Bye, Kona! He's definitely taking Kona away from me here. Don't be an idiot. Take Kona. Take Kona. Go on. It's the... Okay. I guess you have removal? They have removal, right? I'm trying to understand my point. Oh, there it is. There it is, that fucking thing. Great. I have 5 mana, that's not enough. I have to swing and pray that they don't block it. Because they don't know what's there. They didn't block it! Okay. Oh, I still have a chance. I still have a chance. No. No. There it is. There's their life gain cycle. Ah! I didn't see that they had the life gain on that artifact. I didn't have a chance. I fucking hate that combo. Because it's either you see this and immediately double remove it, or at some point they're going to pop this down and just gain life. Ah. I didn't have removal. You're surprised they keep bringing the life gain loss combo back on more cards? Honestly, it's such a dirty way to end. Because it doesn't feel like there's interaction. It doesn't feel like you've achieved anything. You've just hit a win. I mean, yeah, okay, it takes multiple cards and a trigger, and what, that's 9 mana? So, sure, from that perspective, multiple different cards, including a specific card, plus 9 mana, and not have it removed to make it work. Sure. I get it. It's a bit of effort. For the amount of effort and the risk of it going wrong, though, it doesn't feel like that risk is high enough for a basically... Oh, what's that? You didn't save your removal for this exact scenario? Guess you lose. It's rough. Hey, I did nearly have them, though. Nearly. So, how much can I argue it? If they didn't have that life gain there, the fact that they let Coda both resolve and they allowed Kona to attack without dying was insane choice from them. Imagine if the creature I had in hand, or the permanent I had, was to remove their stuff. They were risking like crazy there. Also, I'm against blue-white. I haven't got any big boys ready. Okay, we are going to just remove that. So let's buff Bristly. Let's remove that. Yoink. And swing for 3. Alright, they're at 3 mana. Do we see the Simulacrum? No. Alright. Let's pop this. I don't think it's worth putting out Kona because I don't have a big boy around. Kona would just be at risk because I don't have enough mana to protect Kona as well. Let's pay 3 life and pop this. Just notice I only have 1 black mana on the field. Yikes. That is... Yeah, I can use this to protect Bristly as well. Hexproof and indestructible. Let's see what you got. Alright, just another creature. Fair enough, my turn. Let's get another thing out of my way. This is an unusual blue-white to be up against, but I'll take it. Gonna put down the Dragon Sniper as well to deal with any reach, flying stuff. And again, I can still protect Bristly, because I've got the mana left. Unless it's Exile All. It's another one of these. This is... I mean, you can cast a second spell. There you go. You got your tokens now, buddy. Well done. Okay, I didn't draw a land yet to protect this, so this is risky as hell. So let's see if I can... No, actually, I'm not going to swing with Bristly either. Let's just bring in this. If I can get the siege ship next turn, that would be nice. If he swings enough to make it feel like I can safely attack with Kona, that would be nice. Actually, I know I can safely swing with Kona next turn because this can protect it. Let's buff up the Dragon Sniper, give it a little bit more of a fighting chance. Swing with this. Now he's thinking, why am I swinging with just that one? I can see that it would die. Why would I swing with it? But he's taking the bait. Or rather, he's calling my bluff. I protect it. He doesn't lose his thing, but now it's tapped, and I get to bring this out. I am walking into a board wipe here. I am fully exposed now. So if he board wipes... Yikes! 4 cards to my 0. Got it. You doubt he runs a board wipe? He's playing white-blue. To believe he doesn't have a board wipe is a risk. But luckily for us, he wasn't. It all went well. I'm doing this surprisingly well to say I got up at 7 AM this morning. Well, no, 7:30. I usually an early wake, but needed to. I don't want to use the draft tokens. I don't enjoy draft. I still haven't killed 15 of my opponent's creatures. Somehow. I haven't done 15 kills. This is a curious star, but I'm willing to play it. Gold tier, this should be after you set deck building. Plat. You can get to gold by winning 1/3 of your games. There's been a rank reset recently, just how it works at the end of each month. So I was brought down to the top of silver, and then played up through that again. But yeah, because you only need to win 1/3 of your games to get to gold, it doesn't strictly mean much there. But yeah, keep your field top card, lose life equal to its mana value. Curious. Also, more big boys, but not the things that work off that. Yay. Let's swing. Fuck it. Want to trade? Yeah, I didn't think so. Guess max. Da 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 da. Ooh. Okay. So, 5 mana, I've got a Valgothoth available, and I have 4 mana in scope. So long as Siege Ship Brood Tender stays alive, I've got a Valgothoth play. It's a very obvious Valgothoth play, but I can get there. I also have this and this if I draw Kona, although Kona is down there, and my opponent is playing black. Black-white. There's no way Siege Ship's going to survive. Surely. Surely they don't let me get to the next turn where I can start protecting it. Surely. Yep, there it goes. There it goes. Can't even be countered. Oof. Yep, that's down. That's rough, buddy. And I have the 5 mana in scope. Alright, but 6 mana for Mask of Worm ain't that far away. Let's pop down a forest. Let's not swing. Because I didn't want to risk him blocking, killing my Dragon Sniper, or force me to cast this to protect it. I'm in a bad spot here, because I don't have card advantage. He does. I don't have removal. I don't have the entire purpose of my deck. Let's swing this one. See if I can kill the Umbral. Can't kill the Umbral. Okay, well I can at least get a point of damage on him. Fuck it. This is bad. This is definitely bad. Okay, I can't kill it. Wait, why didn't he just block and then cast... whatever. It's gold. And it was 1 damage, he doesn't care. But point is, he didn't need to do that. Oh, wonderful, he just drew another removal. Great. I'm not going to defend the Dragon Sniper. If he removes it, we get lost. Simply because I'm going to keep this to try and protect my siege ship if it comes out, my Kona if it comes out. And that's just more valuable to me than trying to save a 1-1 at this stage. I've got enough health, I can hold out. Yep, there's the get lost. Alright. He's now going to hit me for 2. I don't really care about that, to be honest. I could have tried popping this to kill that, but that doesn't seem worth it either. Fuck. Okay, well, I really, really, really need this card draw, so I'm going to have to burn this. Whilst I'm at it, let's just get this out of his graveyard. Come on, card draw. Okay, this is good. This is good. I can deny his card advantage. If I target that, he will use this to sack it and break this. So instead, I have to target this one to make sure that the cast goes through. Actually, he might still sack it with his 1 mana remaining. Oh, if he sacks it with his 1 mana remaining, I might lose my Virtue of Persistence here. Yeah. He counts my Virtue of Persistence. Fuck. Ah, damn. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but I am only 2 land away from hard casting Virtue of Persistence, so losing it like that is rough. Can't cast during his turn now. Oh, that's bad. 1 more worm comes down. Yeah, but it'll only hit his Dark Confidence. Okay, it'll hit that as well now. So I can kill 2 creatures with it, but the Voice of Victory will still be there. And then he'll probably have removal for this. Do I draw another land? Vaultborn Tyrant. Okay. Cool. So I can't afford to protect this and cast it. So this turn it's naked. I fully expect it to die. Yep, he's going to his hand. He's targeting it. Here comes the removal. Oh, more map tokens. I look forward to using those. And because my creature is already dead, I don't get the 2 lots of 2 damage triggers either, so he's still on 14 health. He's got a 4 damage swing on field. So I have 3 turns to not be dead. Okay. This is not really what I was looking for, but I can play it. And let's explore. I'm gonna protect this one if he goes for it. Right, that can go away. That's no good to me here. And let's explore again. That can go away. I don't need it. You know what? Fuck it. Let's explore again. He gave me these map tokens. I'm gonna read them. Brutally Bill. That's a fun one to play. Alright then. Removal. Yep, there it is. And let's deny it. End turn. Now, he's still got 4 cards in hand, one of which was a land. He's still got the rest of this. He's still got every opportunity to screw me over, but... Oh, he didn't go for the card advantage there. Curious. But he is going to once again destroy that. Fucking great. No point doing that. Ah! And all that exploration, I still didn't find another land for Vaultborn Tyrant. Another 3 damage down. Bristly Bill can come out next turn, but for what good? He's got 1 card in hand and he's thinking about casting something. Don't know what for. Oh, that's gonna trigger. Okay, I'm basically dead. Shit, yeah. Shit. He can swing and hit me for minimum 3 and then kill me for 3. From Sephiroth. That's game. Yep, that's game. Shit. All I can do is hope that I get a land with this. Nope. And that's no good to me either. Okay, yeah, if he swings with Sephiroth, I can block with Bristly, we trade, I survive the turn. That's assuming he has nothing in his hand to sort this, and assuming he doesn't use his map token to buff Sephiroth. Not the buff I expected him to do. Would a board wipe be a good idea for this deck? Not really, because I've just been exceedingly unlucky on the draw here, in that I haven't had the Siege Ship, I've not had enough removal of my own, and I'm up against someone who could sack under me, which means he also murdered my Virtue Persistence by chance. I need to block the 2 damage here. That might be a sack to destroy creature, or exile creature. What is it? Sack to exile, then these deal 2 more damage to me by dying at the end of the turn. I'm on 1 hit point. What can I possibly do here? Why did he not sack one of the tokens? Because he made a mistake. Vaultborn Tyrant will give me 3 life and draw a card. Now I draw the... But this has bought me a turn and bought me some hit points. I need to draw another creature, a cheap creature, so that... Oh, but it can't attack that turn. No, never mind. Well, I do still need a cheap creature at some point shortly, for Vaultborn's sake. Search library for card, put into hand and shuffle. Oh, he's going to just search for removal. That's game. Yeah, he just searches removal, swings and hits, sacking his Infestation Sage, and that's game. Here it comes. Here it comes. There's removal, sack the thing. Wait. Oh, that was draw cards. Why did he not search removal? Search removal. Okay, yeah, you deal another 2 damage to me. Oh. And then when I kill this, that triggers. Good game. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so he just had enough otherwise. Why did he search for a sack draw card when he could have just searched for removal, though? He's playing a bajillion removal cards. You want to tell me he had none left in his deck? Whatever. I still lost. This came far too late for a 4 of in the deck. I had drawn, or otherwise gone through, what's that? 22, 24 cards. This arrived on my 24th card. Oh, that was just rough. Hey, him sacking creatures counts as me killing them, though, so there's that. Daily complete. Oh, that guy won, not by virtue of winning, but by virtue of the fact that I couldn't win. He really did do his best to try and make sure I had the chance to win, didn't he? And this is... Okay, this is not what I was expecting as a start, but I can play it. All of this is playable off the start, so let's get going. Okay, mobilize. When it attacks, create a tapped token that's attacking as well. Well, let's just not let that start to happen, shall we? Absolutely not. Thank you very much. And swing. Oh, red, white, black. Okay. That is not what I expected to see. Let's pop this out. Use this to mill. Removal, bristly. You shit. I milled 2 removals and a bristly bill against a red, white, black. Sure, okay. That was useless. Oh look, another one of these things. 1 damage to each opponent. Oh, Axu. Walk on it. And, oh god, it's all of the tokens. Oh god, when they attack, this is going to trigger like crazy. So let's remove that before we can use it. I just realised what that is supposed to do, and I'm not having it. Absolutely not. I should have cast this first. Whatever. I was just that not having it. I wanted it dead to my own detriment. That'd be 1, 2, 3 triggers off it, so that's 3 damage just on choosing to attack. Oh, okay, which one am I losing? Badmir? The Seed Ship? It's nothing worth me bringing back, but okay. Want to swing? It doesn't go well if you swing. Yeah, good boy. Alright then. Let's pop down another blocker. Go to combat. And seeing as he doesn't want to deal with me, I shall swing. Who are you attacking? Yeah, I didn't think of that. Cool, alright. Now, can I draw what my deck is supposed to do, please? During your end step, warrior tokens can't be sacrificed. Great, now his tokens are forever. Yeah, big boy, but where's the thing to make big boy happen, plus? Swingy swing. Oh, this is gonna hurt very quickly if I don't draw my stuff. End turn. Here we go. Yep. Whole bunch of warriors and they're not gonna get sacrificed. Except for the bit where I can remove his creature that gives them such buffs. So we do that. We do that. We do this. Now, he probably... Okay, cool. I can't cast during his turn because of that. Oops, forgot about that bit. Beginning of your end step. Oh, you little shit. He's going to return the thing I just killed. Fuck. Fuck. Alright, well, this one's game. Oh wait, no, those are still dying. Because he returned the other one. Okay. I can't win. The game has decided I can't win. Can't cast spells during your turn, so I might as well just pop these now for some defenders. Because there is literally nothing better I can do with those cards now. Ah! What's the point of having 6 copies of a card in my deck if it doesn't turn up? Yep. Right. She can just keep bringing that back. But it's no point not killing it anyway. We can kill that one. I still take 3, 6, and more damage. And he's got something to cast. It's removable. This is game, isn't it? I can't survive the next turn. I don't have a board wipe. Good game. Oh, that one the game just did not want me to have it. It's like, oh, you want to mill 3 cards to dig for some permanent? Here, mill your removal. Sure. That was just rude. Hey, it is what it is. Alright. Let's see if it works here against Commander Clay. Commander Clay. No idea what they could be playing, so I will have to choose accordingly. I do have a defensive setup here, so let's keep that. Open up with this card. Please don't be playing mono green. Please don't be playing mono green. Actually, no, mono green I'll have enough time to react to. I have got double protection, so... white. We'll see where that goes. Alright, this is the only turn that Dragon Sniper is naked. Let's see what they do. Hair Apparent. Oh, damn. Okay. Hair Apparent, and I have Massacre Worm in hand. Kona just been drawn. I feel kind of bad for this guy. Anyone else feel kind of bad for this guy? This could go very poorly for him, but we'll see. It does mean I'm going to go for a Naked Kona on turn 4. Enchant, first time we create more tokens. Instead, copies of this? Ew! Oh, that's nasty. What a combo. I'm just going to give that a nice. I need to remove that yesterday. Oh dear. Bristly Bill is not a way to remove that yesterday. But it is a way to buff up the Dragon Sniper. I don't know why that costs... Why did that auto-tap... Oh, right, because I hadn't played the Swamp yet, that's why. So, both of these are currently naked. It's going to remove Bristly? Yeah, fair enough. What's your next play? You've not created a token yet, and you could... Yeah, you can cast Hair Apparent. Oh, that's going to go infinite, isn't it? No, it's only once per turn. That duplicates that. Yeah. This is going to get very bad very quick, so I want to pop that down. And I am not going to swing with that for defensive purposes. Okay. If Kona survives this turn, I can obliterate. Fuck! Alright, so Kona did not survive the turn. The one turn Kona needed to survive. However, I am now one land away from Massacre Worming him to death. So there is that. And I might be able to trick him into... okay, it's only one rabbit. As I say, I might be able to trick him into thinking he can deal with that more thoroughly, but whatever. I can put immediate blockers down if needed. I can protect this. That's going to make them all strong. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, 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 no. That's outside of the range of Massacre Worm. No. Alright, I'm going to block that for the sake of this. Permanent indestructible. Fuck you. Please take away one of the rabbits. But this is bad. I can use this to get Kona out. Okay, good. Can't destroy the artifact without drawing the artifact destruction card, and that's just not going to come around easily. Pay 3 life. Destroy this Heir Apparent. Oh wait, I should have gone for the one with the inch. Ah, whatever. No, this is the better one anyway. that. Kona comes back. Kona is now protectable. No attacks, end turn. Here comes more hair apparents. Yep. I really need to remove that patchwork banner. If I can remove that patchwork banner, Massacre Worm absolutely pops off here. Please give me the artifact removal card. I've got 3 of them in the deck. Also, all those rabbits are actually small enough. This would kill them all for 16 damage to him. Okay. Yeah, let's pop this on field. 16 damage to him. Plus if he lets Kona through, which he probably won't. Okay. He's blocking with multiple. Don't know why he felt the need to go that far, but anyway. Permanent I control gets hexproof indestructible. There we go. Next. Let's... Oh, I have to kill 2 of them. I can't split it up. Alright, fair enough. That's going to deal less damage to him than I wanted, but still is going to wipe out a bunch of them. Which will still hit him for a bunch, but it's not lethal. But it did a lot of work. If that wasn't there, it would have been completely lethal. The patchwork actually saved him from lethal. Yep. There's no getting through that one. That's got me dead to rights. Okay, I just have to swing the Kona and hope that he's too scared to block it. Yeah, that was never going to work. Alright, that's fine. Surveil. Sack that. Don't need your shitty land. I need the lander. What is it? It's a hair apparent. Yep, which is going to create like 6 more of them. 5 more of them, which is going to trigger 5 more times to then trigger more of them. And then return some more. Of course he can return some more, which will trigger again, into again. 4 for 32. I can block some number of it. I have to block you. I have to block you. Fuck it, I have to block you as well. Actually... let's outright kill this one. Block that one there. I take 16 damage. 16 damage is a lot of damage to take. Fuck it. Leave one alive. It's not like it matters, but give me more health to work with. And then having blocked that, might as well sack the ones which aren't going to do anything useful. Surveil. Gruff triplets will not save me. Go away. Surveil. Because killing that is not going to save me. That land, not going to save me. I don't think there's anything I have that would save me, but I was just searching. Forsaken Miner. No. If I drew the 2-mana mill thing, even then, best I could have done would be to reanimate a worm. Good game. Ah, that fucking patchwork banner. Buffing up his rabbits 1 point too high. Damn it. And again, where's my seed ship? Where's the ship that's on the very front of the deck box? The thing that I have 4 of in a 62 card deck? I kind of can't win if the deck doesn't actually happen. Alright, let's see. We got removal, 2 siege ships, and a Kona. Sure. That's better than every situation I've had so far, so sure. And we got a Bristly now. Alright. Green-white. Oh, that's going to be enchantment stuff, isn't it? They're going to be reanimating enchantments. Alright, Kelton, you have a good one. Oh, we got a Valgriff in hand now. That's good. Let's put Bristly Bill on field. Right, now we're praying for land draws. There's the enchantments. They're going to start popping off. That is not land, and that is very, very bad news for me. If I... Let's see. Sack this... Target creature gains indestructible, but they've not got any mana at the moment, so I could blow this up with my better triumph to stop that from happening. Let's swing... No, let's not swing anything. Let's just go straight into this. Pay the 3 life. No. Discard a card. I don't need the Forsaken Miner that much. Oh, I do, actually. Pay the 3 life. Kill this. There we go. And no attacks. It's just no attacks. I'm not gonna open myself up. I need those hit points to hold on. Let's see. Mossborn Hydra. Oh no. This is a green-white, but also a landfall approach. And life gain approach. And I'm still not drawing land? Okay. Let's try, I guess. We need to remove that Mossborn Hydra before it happens, so let's just pop this now. I'm going to discard a card after all. No. Life is a resource here. Pay the 3 life, blow this up. And otherwise, no attacks, hold the field. Because I can't lose Bristly. All I need is a 3rd land. Come on. Let me start. I am 11 cards in. Oh dear. 40% land. And he's on 6 lands. You can hit me. I'm not blocking that. Morto e mana BD. Now I can't afford to not discard a card at this point. I am going to discard you. Yeah, its counters go somewhere else, but at least that thing's not going to keep growing forever now. No attacks. Oh no. Oh! Oh, that's horrible. Oh, that's horrible. It doesn't matter if I block or not. I can't win at this point. Fuck you. Where was my land? The fundamental biggest weakness of everything to do with MTG, as far as I'm concerned, when the game just goes, what's that, you have land? Nah, I'm just not gonna let you. You physically can't do anything to play against that. It's 25 and 62. That is 40.3% land, so yeah. 40.3% land, and I missed too many land drops. I just... Oh, man. Sometimes you have to wonder, how often does this happen to the people you're playing against? If you see someone that looks like they're just playing like a Muppet, are they playing like a Muppet, or are they just being told by the game? No. You are going to sit there and you are going to watch your opponent win. Next one. Okay. We have a creature, removal, artifact enchantment removal, and a big boy. We don't have the thing to turn on big boy. But mulliganing would be stupid. Especially as I have 3 lands. That's crucial. Cool. Bristly come out. Optimistic Scavenger, okay. Yeah, they can't do anything other than station that right now, so feed into it. Yep, go for it. Alrighty. Let's buff you. Let's swing, because I can. This would be where I'd be playing my siege ship if I drew it. I might end up doing that. No, no, no. They're going to be bringing out enchantments. This is my enchantment removal. So I have to hold it for that. In your first 10 cards, you have 3 Optimistic Scavengers. And then a Voice of... Bruh. A very strategic choice of how much damage to deal to me. Fair enough. Let's buff up this again. Let's, whilst I can, pay the 3 life to get rid of you. Because that's just not happening. Swing with my creatures. And end turn. What's your next step here? Still stationing. No enchantments yet. Where's my deck? Why? How? There are 3 Valgafoths and 4 of the siege ships. How does this keep happening? Please. Can I kill the land, slow him down? No, I don't have land destruction. I'm not going to double the counters because I want to keep hold of my mana. So I'm going to swing at him. He might block. Ooh. Okay. That's to deal with that. Okay. Oh, that doesn't stop him from killing it, but it does force him to trade there. Artifact land? No, this is just a land. Yeah, where? What is this? Oh, well, he's powering up that, and he can use that to power it up again, and then he can use it to duplicate this to start hurting things. Fair enough. Can I please draw the thing that makes my deck work? Please. What is happening here? What actually is happening here? Cool, he takes the damage. At least he's nearly dead, so that works for me. End turn. And... oh, I can't cast on his turn! Oops. Yep, that's now gonna trigger, and trigger, and trigger. Oh, the fuck. Resolve all. I completely overlooked that once again this has can't cast on his turn. Turns off the entire interaction side of MTG. Yeah. Alright. Well, seeing as I can't stop that stuff now, oh, he can cycle to redo that. Create a target artifact or enchantment you control, except it's legendary, he can still copy that one, so it's irrelevant now. I've let it go too far. I would need to use this. Let's use this now. Tell target card from graveyard. Let's get rid of this. So we can't use it for anything? Are you actually shitting me? Let's go digging. Yeah. Let's remove this so it can't come back. Swing with this. Give it indestructible. And take out the big boy. Okay, I've at least removed a bunch of his setup. But he can just duplicate that again. It'll be legendary, but it'll just follow legendary rule. It still enters, still triggers. He'll -3 this and buff up his stuff. There we go. Okay. I can now remove one of these. Unless he protects it with his 1 remaining mana. Astoundingly good fortune that he just happens to have 1 card. And that 1 card does what he needs it to. And next turn he can then cycle this again and win. Alright, cool. That's game. That's game. I can't win. It is physically impossible for me to win at this point. So I am just going to leave the moment he casts the correct thing. Yep, he's done it. I'm out. How many cards? Ignoring the mill 3 at the end there. Let's see. What did I mill? I milled nothing great anyway. He denied my Virtue Persistence. So I milled 3, so 46... 16 cards. At this point, I'm going to put this into a calculator I have for this. In a 62 card deck, whereupon we've drawn 16 cards, 4 of them are the card we want, and we just need 1 of them, the chance of that occurring is 70.7% apparently. 70.7. Honestly, not as high as I thought it would be. I'll be quite honest. But still. Okay. Is there a way to make this more consistent? Well, I also didn't draw Kona. And I've got, what, 2 Konas in the deck? Yeah. So no Konas, no Seed Ships. 15% chance of that happening. Alright. Is there anything I'm drawing here that is wasting my time compared to trying to make these happen? Let's see. Thing is, I don't want to have no creatures on field because then I can't charge up the Seed Ship in the first place. So that's no good. The Seed Ship Brute Tender... It's supposed to be an alternative way of doing this, but so far it's just been the target removal. There is a permanent battlefield spree. Did I spell something wrong? It must be creatures. Creature spree. Here it is. Smuggler's Surprise. You may put up to 2 creatures from your hand onto the battlefield. Costs a total of 6 mana to pull it off. Creature controller power 4, great gain hexproof and indestructible to end a turn. Not frequently going to have 4 power. But it is a protection later stage as well. And mill to also try and find land. But it have to be a 3 mana for that to work. I don't think that's the way. I don't think that's the way, but... How can I make this more consistent is my main question. But fail 2, draw 2, lose 2 life, instant for 4 mana. Or I've got fail 2, draw 2 cards, lose 2 life for 3 mana at sorcery. I think the extra cost here is worth it. Are there any creature tutors that are in standard? It's not the creature that I need to tutor for, though. I mean, yeah, there's Kona, but Kona takes the step of get it out and then tap it, which requires me to either attack and protect it, or to have the sledge already out there to tap it, which is a bit of a wonky way of doing it. This is an artifact. Search for... They're considered spacecraft? Yeah, space. Search space. Not in this color. So I can't search the spacecraft this way. Search artifact. Okay. Search for an artifact. Value 1 or less, no good. Sacrifice 3 artifact tokens with different names. Search for an artifact, put it onto battlefield and shuffle. That's not going to come online anywhere near close enough. Nope, that's no good. So yeah, that does... None of that works. Yeah, I'm thinking it might just be this one here. It's 4 mana, which is expensive, but... Not seeing many better options, to be honest with you. Surveil 2, draw 2... Lose 2 life. The 2 life is immaterial. It's the Surveil 2, draw 2. And otherwise, narrow this down in places. So, let's see here. This cute, but didn't actually end up achieving anything. This cute, but didn't end up achieving anything. We take those out. Bring a couple of these in. And... let's get one other thing in that may be of value to me here. I mean, I could still just throw in a Dire Sight for a 3 mana variant. Let's see. There is also a return target creature card from graveyard to hand, but I'm not milling or losing enough of the creatures for that to feel relevant. Yeah, best tutor that there is for this, Insatiable Avarice. Search your library for a card, shuffle, put that card on top. 3 mana. As far as backup plans go, maybe that is the way. Let's throw one of those in there. Sod it. Let's throw that backup plan in, see what happens. See if I dislike the card. I usually haven't been happy with that card, so we'll see how it plays out. I am dealing with something where by all rights, 15% chance of it going as badly as it did in that previous match, so I'm trying to defend against something that shouldn't have gone quite so wrong. Only 2 black land here. Basically only gives me Virtue Persistence to cast unless I get a green land soon. No, I'm going to mulligan out of this. That is much more castable. I think the one to throw away is Valgafoth, as much as I hate to say it, because it's more important to get the rest of this out. So yeah, Valgafoth is the one that can sit down. Or yeah, because I want the early Forsaken Miner to try and soak up their interaction. Well, if I get another land, I'll be in good position for Sledge Class Siege Ship. That's good. And that can be used to tap Kona, forcibly. This is also good. Let's pop that now. What's this going to do? It's going to start trying to nuke me. Fair enough. I think that was a Kona that just went in there. Well, if he's not going to do stuff, I'm not going to do stuff, apparently, because... Land time! Yay! Lands! Yay! Yay, land. Alright, what are you going to try and damage? Cool. Nope, not allowed. We'll just keep that one alive whilst my land base sucks. Yay, land! Alright then. Let's see, when this dies, Excel top card library, play into next turn. Sure, you can do that. Let's pop this out. Let's do that and that. I don't have what I need to protect it, and red does have artifact removal. But either I played it and risked it, or it's gone. Okay. Darn, there goes that. Slows me down a bit, but it's not the end of the world. Still not the end of the world. This puts creature, this puts permanent. Permanent will allow me to put Virtue Persistence out. Let's see. Still don't get land. Okay. Is there a reason we're doing this to me? Alright then. Let's pop this. It's risky. Because he might just blow up the ship. What's the ship's toughness? 5? It might survive. I'm going to try it. No. Trying it is gambling on it working. I don't need to gamble. I can pop that. Very simply. I can... Let's see, what's going to kill me? That's the thing that's going to kill me. So let's destroy that enchantment. And turn. Because that stops him generating those artifacts he can sacrifice and use to hit me. Has to attackers. He might just swing at me for 2. Yep. No concern from my side. If he blows up the siege ship brood tender, he doesn't. That's good. Because if he tries to, I'll have to protect it. I don't have another creature on field. Oh, there it is. Have to protect it. Again, it's good that I held that. Oh, mother... Exile all artifacts of mana value 3 or less. bastard got it. Alright. That's not usable, that's not usable. I'm gonna have to take this out of my hand to remove that. Uses black mana, so I can't afford to bring back the bloody other thing. Oh, come on. I just need the land now. Planeswalker? He's gonna zero that for the 3-2. Oh, he's not. Okay. I personally would have gone for a 3-2 there to defend, but you do you. Get all the land. Yeah. Can I please have my own, though? I have to weaken that. Please, 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 just let me have a land. How far in are we this time? Okay, one's ended up there. How did that one end up there? I don't actually know how that land ended up there. Oh, it must have been Mill. This exists! Okay, good, right. Kona, on field. This. Bring that down. That's fine. You have your tough cookie, which can crew the 3-2, so Kona is no longer safe to attack. Two damage when he target. He's going to go for my face because he can't kill my creatures with that. There it is. I really need something that can tap Kona. If I can get this out, I can get some health back, as well as really, really threaten him. Oh, if he swings with that. No blocks. It's tapped now, so now that can't threaten Kona. And because that can't threaten Kona, I can go through that. But otherwise, I can actually also reanimate. I only have Kona to reanimate. Are you shitting me? The siege ship is not the way. Okay, let's go you here, you there. Get him to block the bit that's going for Chandra. Theoretically. I'd expect him to go for that. Oh, shit. I should have read the card, Ken. Should have read the card. There goes Kona. Yup. Alright, that's fine. Kona dies. Long live Kona. Fair enough, he got me on that one. I am running out of hit points to pull off this stuff. Oh god, he's got another one of those tokens out. He can do 2 damage with that. I don't see how I win this one, I'll be honest. This is very scrappy, and he is scrapping. Yep. Look at this motherfucker, all this land. Okay. No blocks, take the 3 damage, because I need Kona. I cannot win without Kona. Let's drop me down to 1 life. Too little, too late, too little, too late. Something... blocker. But I can still... I think I can still die here. I'm just gonna swing with Kona and pray. I probably should have swung on his face rather than the Planeswalker. You'll try and protect the Planeswalker. Do it that way around. They still both die. I lose my Kona. But I'm on 1 health. He can just... Yeah, he can just... If he gets another artifact out, he can just blow it up anyway. Okay. Yep, there it is. There it is. Come on! How hard was I searching? How hard was I searching and pushing and trying to make the deck do what it needed to do? He just countered it. It feels like it should have worked, is the weirdest bit. It feels like I'm losing against the odds, and I'm not sure if I'm just wanting to believe that, but that's how it feels. Which doesn't feel good. What the hell is that avatar? Alright, similar situation of not having the actual linchpin of the setup, but sure, let's keep it. Because the mana base is strong enough that it's not good to remove. Let's Kafka. Oh yeah, that was the one that Reb was cosplaying, right? Might as well pop this now. Rusty Bill can come in later. Okay, nothing good over there. You know what? This mill may not... No. No, I'm increasingly of the opinion this creature is not it. This again. Okay. I guess. Search. Put it on top. I am going to need you on top. No attacks. I'm going to need that to defend. Maybe go down to 60 cards. I'm only at 62. It's really not making that much of a difference, all told. I've got, what, 4 there. 4, yeah, 62. You're right, I can go down. It would save 1 hit point. I'm not going to risk blocking in case he has some kind of destroy creature that took damage. Because I need it to not happen. I only have the 1 green, so this is going to be a naked for a turn. Just unfortunate. It's not like I could protect it anyway, because he's got 2 Voice of Victories now on field. 3 Voice of Victories now on field. Youch. Okay. Still can't find out to cast much of anything, so let's see. That's going to swing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can't let that much come through, but I also can't let this not happen. So I just have to assume I have a chance by doing that. This is some big yikes right here. Load of lies. Anyway, does that one deal damage when the things die? Let me see the fucking thing. No, it doesn't. Okay. I was missing his Sephiroth, I guess. I'm missing my chance to win. Oh, cool. Now I have Kona, so I could trigger this a different way. Sure, thanks, game. Much appreciated. Well, we'll pop it in anyway. We'll use that on Kona. Why not double trigger it? We go to combat. Let's swing this one in. Actually, there's no point. Keep the blockers. I need the blockers. No point. Use this to still bring out the Vault-Born Tyrant. I gain life. I draw a card. It's all great. End turn. And that's it. Yeah, that was nothing I could do there. Alright then. New plan. Not new plan, just slight change. You just had to say what he was missing, didn't you, Leonard? You just had to remind my opponent what he was supposed to play. Whose side are you on here? Alright. It doesn't need to be an attacker. I have now created a 6/6 wall. My opponents will see it as a dinosaur and expect it to be attacking and expect there to be more dinosaurs. But little do they know it is in fact a wall. A wall with the sole job of making sure that I live. Okay, so this is terrible. Mulligan. This is playable. Keep. It's not actually that playable, but it's the best I've got. That's just rude. That's just rude. Here he comes again. Bonk. Yep. I'm gonna pop this out, and let's just gain that life back before I perish. There we go. What's he do on turn 3? Is he gonna warp it out, or is he gonna do something else? What's this one? Okay, yeah. Both down to 16. What a trade. Let's go for... Now, I've got two options here. I could play the Swamp, and I could go draw 3 cards, lose 3 life. Or I could just search. I'm going to gamble on the draw 3, lose 3. Because surely my luck isn't that bad. Okay, my luck is pretty bad. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yep, that doesn't kill that. That doesn't kill that. That doesn't kill that. None of that. None of anything here kills any of that. That's 2, 4, 6, 12 damage. That's game. Yep. That was just... Oh boy. No. I'm at the point where I'm going to the deck every single game now. That's how bad this is. Okay. I mean, just nothing of value actually turned up in the 2 mulligans, so it doesn't even matter. Yeah. Because I've got 1, 2, 3... Is it just the 3? Yeah, 3 card draw cards. I had 2 of them. A shitty little removal. And... yeah. I'm losing it. Alright. Let's do a quick prediction. Can I win this one? Yes or no? 30 seconds. You see what I've got. You're getting a little bit of a hint as to how this can start. I'm looking at this and you know what? I've got some nice things to open with here. I'm going to keep this. Let's do a prediction. Will I win this one? Escape tunnel. Interesting. Normally that would be for... Okay. I have no idea what deck they're playing. If they're escape tunneling into... Double Swamp. Well, okay, there goes Virtue of Persistence. I'll have to Bitter Triumph it down instead. And I have 2... Oh! Yep, that's Virtue of Persistence, like I said, yeah, yep. We'll do this. We'll, Yeah, we'll discard a card. We can discard the Forsaken Miner. Pop you down. This goes away. Can't afford to bring it back, so I'll just not trigger. Let's see, what's my opponent's next turn? Yep, they're mono black. What are you going to make me discard? Doesn't. Okay, no land. Guess I'll just remove this. Can't afford to bring out the guy still, because I still don't have my third land. 10 cards in. Alright, well, there's a creature for them to kill. 11 cards. 2 land. I did check, it was 40%, right? Rip creature. I now have nothing to charge the ship with. And I really, really need to draw. So let's just get that out of there. Still can't play the Forsaken Miner. My opponent is also not really using their 5 mana, which is kind of weird. Okay, there's a creature I can cast in 2 turns' time. At best. And that is also not a land. Am I doing something wrong? Okay, finally. Let's pop this down. Might as well attempt to charge, because if I get a Pugnacious, I can use that or whatever. I don't even have a big boy for this to charge off of. Sorry, to work from. Why do I feel like everything's going to perish here? But let's pop that down. Vigilance to swing first? I could have done, you're right. Let's pop that. There we go. Swing with this. You're mono black, so you don't have artifact removal. There we go. He does have enchantment removal, potentially. But still, Virtue of Persistence is one hell of a play at this point. Mossflower, thank you very much for dropping your prime over here. Welcome into the channel proper. I'd tip my tea to you, but I have actually completely run out of that. Sacrifices a creature of their choice. Alright. You're not getting Kona that easily. Reveals a hand, choose non-creature, non-land card. So that's going to be... Oh, he takes my removal card. Let's see. I'm going to bring back Bristly Bill. Cool. And let's buff Kona. Alright, now Kona might just die here, but I'm going to attempt this anyway. Oh, here we go. Alright. Let's, oh, fuck it, let's activate this. And then sack that. So Kona still gets to be a 6/5. I still swing for that. And let's put this onto the battlefield. Just to show, once one dies, the next one will come out. What's this? Opponent sacrifices a creature, a vehicle of the choice. Okay, goodbye, Kona. Hello, Kona. Damn, that's not what I need. Let's exile the thing. Wait, actually, no. What's that? Yeah, I don't care about that. Let's get rid of... Let's get rid of the land. Auto pay. Bring that out. I'm going to draw a card now. It's still not a big boy creature, but that's fine. Yeah, so let's activate this off the Forsaken Miner. He might kill this, but you know what? It's worth it to try. That tells him I don't have a creature in hand. If he's paying attention. End turn. I could have charged up Kona there. I want to leave it untapped. Mostly it's just a defensive threat. Each player sacrifices 13 creatures of their choice. Okay! Yeah, that's a normal thing to do. So, Kona. Ah, here we go. Alright then. It's a good thing I made this next one. Wait, I can just cast this. Eh, whatever. It saves me the mana. And... oh, he might have another Sackle Creatures, so I'm not going to station it with Massacre Worm. As much as that would give me potentially lethal next turn, it would leave me open to a complete board wipe. Whereas in its current position, I can avoid losing it to this, I guess. He also got rid of another Rankle Prank to do that. Alright, my graveyards, let's just bring back the Massacre Worm. Let's station it off that. Swing. Still no creature in my hand. He's got one card left, no idea what it is, but we swing there. And let's put another one down. Ready to continue. This is scrappy as fuck. Have you got another board wipe? Nope, he's searching for a 4-mana card to cast it. Yeah, just to cast it. What's the 4-mana card you're looking for, and how is it going to make you win the game? Are you shitting me? You had another of the... You can really go off a person. You can really go off a person. Alright then, so I bring out the Massacre Worm, which destroys your complete lack of creatures again. I'm going to draw 3 more cards. You can't write this shit up. You can't. Where's the big stuff? Where's all the big stuff? How is this possible? He's got another exact card. There's nothing left to take. There's nothing left to take. You took it all. And I'm just going to bring back the Massacre Worm. What? Finally! Okay. I can cast another Virtue of Persistence at this point. What the hell? I could just cast the worm, but I'm going to do it for free out of sheer principle, damn it. Go on, kill them all again. I'm having this, and I'm... Yeah, we're done. Alright, good. I guess I did win that match. So to the believers, enjoy. There are your channel points. What was their win con? Genuinely, what was their win con? Did they just stack every single removal? They were 23 cards deep. You cannot convince me they had an actual win con in that. They had 3 creatures. 2 for stealing cards and 1 for searching for a card. Well, that was certainly entertaining, wasn't it? You know what? This stream has continued to nearly twice its normal. What even? I mean, to be honest, that's probably what some people looked at my deck and went, where are you going? Because, dear God, I complained about the lack of siege ships and ended up with all 4 of them. And eventually 2 big boys. Maybe I should stick to Warframe. I'll see you guys on Sunday for that. Have a good weekend. Get some rest. I'm saying that as well to myself. It's gone midnight. Bye-bye. What even?